live. Let's go live. Welcome everyone to Table Moments Live. I know I missed last week. Holidays, guys. You have to spend it with family or future family, I guess. Yeah, that's right. Hinting at something, but I'm not going to talk more about it. Here's a funny thing. I've been debating about whether or not I should share certain details about my personal life. And I've decided I don't want to. But it's one of those like Barbara Streisand effects. If you guys don't know, this is where Barbara Streisand's private house was leaked on some tabloid or something. And it wasn't that big deal. It wasn't that big of a deal to most people. But the fact that she wanted images of her house suppressed got everyone curious about like, what does her house look like? Why is she trying to keep it a secret? All that, and then basically in the act of trying to suppress the information, she effectively got people curious about it and did the opposite effect, got way more attention. So that's the thing when it comes to the internet and the public. You can't tell them there's certain parts of your life you don't want to share, because then that's what they're going to focus on. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna, if you guys find out personal things about me, it is what it is. I don't mind. Just keep it private if you can. I don't know. I just think like people who aren't in the game, like this social media game, it's like they're civilians. That's the way I see it. Civilians. If you're in this game, then you're sort of subjecting yourself to a lot of hate and criticism from people. I'm right now adjusting the settings on the camera to make it look good, but I don't know. Let's see. Here's a white card. There's a white card. Okay, that's a little too bright. So yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Just like, how much of my life do I want to share? And there's certain things that I want to keep private because I think some things are just sacred, you know? And then there's other things that, I don't know, just, I have nothing to hide, honestly. Like, I really put it all out there. All the things that you see online, yeah, those are the things I actually believe. These are the things I'm living my life as. Now, I do reserve the right to switch up anytime I need to, but, you know, it's my life. It's my life. I'm doing what I'm doing. So, actually, I think I have to fix the focus, otherwise it's going to be all weird. Ooh, there we go. I think this is about it. Whatever. Yeah. Okay. So for those of you who are new, welcome to Table Moments, the Homies podcast, where we talk about anything and everything. This is a live stream. Turns out we have three forms of content. We have the live streams here with me. Then we have the podcast, which is audio only, usually with a guest, which latest episode was actually a really good one. I haven't promoted it yet, but I should. It's just, there's a lot of like clerical stuff you have to do when you're promoting stuff. And then we also have the videos on social media. So that's probably where you know me from. And talk about anything and everything. And these live streams are sort of take the same form of the main content as you see it on social media, where topics could really be about anything. And then the podcast is basically the same sort of format as the live stream, except I'm having a conversation with somebody. Sometimes my brother shows up. And we usually try to invite a guest because, you know, it gets kind of old just talking by ourselves. Because like before it used to just be a siblings podcast. That's how this started. That's why you see four faces in the logo. Me, I'm the blue one, and then there's three other siblings. And right now it's just me, mostly just pushing the thing. Unfortunately, eventually the idea is like this is going to be much bigger. But in the meantime, this is it's just me. It's just me. And I made some big, lofty goals at the beginning of 2023, and turns out I far exceeded what this could become. As far as podcast listens, I mean, at some point when we got a viral video, a lot of people took a listen to the podcast. I haven't been promoting that as much lately because I know, like, if you're an audio person, you're going to enjoy the podcast, but most people aren't. They need to see. So that's why you see the content as you see on like social media and stuff, and it has to be my face because, you know, it's easier to do. But as I said before, we are going to open every stream with some music that I've been working on. This one's an oldie. I haven't published it yet, but I think it's pretty good. It's sort of like a mix between, it's like electronic, heavy electronic, and I call it light speed. Lightspeed. It's a really good one. I really enjoy it, and eventually I'm going to publish it. There's some minor tweaks I have to make to the instrumental, but yeah, Lightspeed. Here it is. While I set up for TikTok. That's Lightspeed. I really enjoyed that one. That was a good one. That's a really good one. I haven't published that one yet. There's some minor things, transitions that I gotta fix in there, but otherwise it's a really good one. I really enjoy that one. And I don't know, it just seems like the music I make is like a mix of all these like different genres. Like I don't know, I guess I can give you a sneak peek of some other ones that I really, really enjoy. I don't know. Should I not? I don't know. Let's see this one. I might have played this one before. Let me check. Yeah, I think I played that one before. Let me do something interesting. Like this one's a weird one with some French influence. That's Inferno. Okay. I mean, I could talk about music a lot because like I like just making instrumentals. And so this one, it's a weird mix. It's a weird mix. Okay, you got an extra one on this stream, an extra one. So this one is like a French influence, French hip hop influence with orchestral. It's a weird mix, but and then I always do like the main sort of section, and then I repeat the section, but then I add the elements here, like you can hear. All that is just like me typing on the keyboard, making those notes and stuff. So it's an organic element to this otherwise structured instrumental. And that's how I end all of my instrumentals. There's a pattern, but you know, I like listening to this kind of stuff. I haven't been diligent about posting it, although I should. Like that's a song that still needs a little bit of work. The transition between the first section and the second section is still, I'm missing something there. And when you start making stuff like this, you realize like there's a flow to it and a feeling when you're making stuff, and it's like if it doesn't feel right, it's not worthy of publishing. So that's basically the attitude I've been taking. But yeah, that's music on the music front. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm not sure if you have resolutions, but I posted not a lot of videos these last couple weeks. Taking L's, glamping, and sprinklers. Those are the big three that I posted this week of like actual edited stuff. And then I posted some old stuff, but essentially the topics Taking L's talks about like the year in review, basically, of me just trying a bunch of different types of content and stuff, and how maybe taking L's, a lot of L's, which is what I took, gets you wins inevitably, because you learn things and you also get lucky. And so that's what happened with me and some of the videos I posted on social media. So literally this year, went from under 500 followers total across platforms to over 100,000. That's crazy. Right now it's probably over 120,000. And I broke 100,000 a couple weeks ago. But like it's been growing so fast, it's crazy. And a lot of it came at the beginning of the year, and a lot of it came at the end of the year. It's weird how that works out. Like in January, I had one video go viral on TikTok about DoorDash. It's crazy. Who would have thunk that a video about DoorDash and explaining the driver's side of the situation? It was a commentary on some video where there was a misunderstanding about a driver eating a customer's food, when in reality, like if you're not quick with picking up your food, these delivery apps will just tell you, you know what? Okay, they're not ready to pick up, and you can just drive off with their food and the food's yours. And essentially that's the story I was explaining that people didn't understand, because people have ordered food from these apps, but they've never actually driven. A lot of people haven't, but anyone who has knows this to be the case. And I know it personally because I actually drove for Grubhub for a bit. So I explained that, and that video right now sits at 26 million views on TikTok. Crazy. That same video also went viral on Facebook, and that's what got the initial bump of Facebook followers. And then that's like at 3,500 followers right now, which I haven't been diligent about growing. But Facebook's weird, and you have to pay for reach and all that, and I don't play that paid game. I'm all organic. So yeah, and then at the end of the year, the viral videos have been on Instagram. Weirdly enough, I kind of finally figured out the format of video that works for Instagram is one that gives people the opportunity to share, compels people to share. I don't ask people to share, people just share it on their stories. So the first video was about temperature. That got 1.4 million views on Instagram. And basically I was explaining the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius, and how one might be more useful in certain circumstances than the other. What I didn't expect, this was by complete accident, this is what I'm talking about, like just experimenting with content gives you the option, gives you optionality, essentially the opportunity to get these big upsides accidentally. And so that's what happened with this video. I didn't understand that people were going to go into this like Fahrenheit Celsius war, essentially talking about like, oh, this, you stupid Americans, you guys use Fahrenheit, all that stuff. And I'm like, all right. And then Americans defending Fahrenheit and saying Celsius isn't broad enough scale, whatever. I was just explaining the science behind it, but all of a sudden people got in their feelings about temperature. It's weird. But people were sharing it with each other and people were fighting in the comments, and that's what led to the engagement. 1.4 million views. Crazy. Now, the second video I posted was about microwaves, if you can believe it. About microwaves. I just explained how a microwave works, right? I used the word in there, radiation, which is technically what it is, electromagnetic radiation. And that heats up your food. It's not the type of like nuclear radiation that's dangerous, but people don't even know the difference. And so when they heard radiation, they saw the video as a way, oh my God, caution, this is why I don't own a microwave. And so a lot of people shared that. Also, at the end of the video, I explained, because of the way the microwave works, the best place to place your food is around the edge of that rotating tray, because the center could be a dead spot for like heating. And people were sharing that because like, oh my God, how could I have been using microwaves all my life and not know this and all that stuff. So people were sharing that cool tip. That is just under 10 million views right now. 10 million views on Instagram. Crazy. I never would have predicted that a video about microwaves could do numbers like that. Hey, it did. And then lastly, the hat trick, which this is a personal thing for me. Like if you can't do it at least 3 times, get the hat trick of over 1 million views, you don't really know social media. You got to be able to do the hat trick. And so I got the hat trick. This was my Black People Who Sound White video. Like, I just thought it was funny. I was like, Black people, because I remember growing up, you get this, the comments from people like, oh, you sound white when you're a Black kid who reads books and you sound like I sound. And so that's what happened. And I make this video of like all these stereotypes and stuff. And it was meant to be comedy. It was funny. And a lot of people got it. A lot of people, turns out there are millions of people who either know someone who sounds like this or grew up being called, saying that you have a white voice and teased for it. So people were sharing it. People are still sharing it. And there was a bit of a dip right after like 1.2 million views, and now it's just been ramping up again. So I don't know what the final number is going to be. It could be 5 million. It could be 10 million. Who knows? But it's just wild. So I got the hat trick on that. And then people have been reaching out to me on Instagram like, hey, I like your videos. I like the style. How can I, whatever. And so I'm thinking I got to put together a course. Not a course I'm going to charge for. I want to make it free. So I'm going to do what Alex Hormozi did with his book. It was like, all right, I put together this sort of video series on how to make it. And I wrote a document that you can follow that tell you exactly all the things I've learned on how to get a viral video, all that stuff, right? And then I was going to pitch, it's like, all right, this is a $50 value. And this is a $100 value. And then I have a lighting video talking about how you can get the most out of things that you already have. This is a $20 value and all this stuff, right? And then finally at the end is like, because you are here and you follow Table Moments, it's free. All of it's free. Just sign up here and I'll send you the link to the private YouTube playlist and teach you guys all the game I have. I personally believe information should be free. So I'm gonna try my best to make that a reality, So that's the plan. And I just thought of that idea today. So I think it'd be useful for a lot of people and give people voices out here and do it organically. So you don't have to do paid traffic, which, I mean, I don't like the idea that you have to pay to play on social media. It's crazy, but whatever. That's just how these platforms work. So it is what it is. Okay, we've been on here 20 minutes. You guys got the extra. You guys got 2 songs. You got a little breakdown of the summary of some of the videos and plans for the future. At least some free stuff I want to give you guys. And then if you watch the replay, leave a like, a comment, whatever. You know what? No. If you think it's worthy of a like, leave a like. If you don't. If you want to leave a comment, that's up to you. I take a different approach with this stuff. Everyone tells you like, subscribe, do all this stuff because you're not going to do it unless you're told. But I think if your stuff is so good, people will proactively do it without you asking. And that's when you know you actually have this sort of, they call it content market or a content creator fit. where you're actually making content so good that people are resonating and deciding to take action. That's when you know the stuff you're making is good. So I think a lot of creators do themselves a disservice by asking you guys, compelling you guys to go do things that you wouldn't otherwise do on your own. And by doing it on your own, you realize it is actually good. And so that's what these videos on Instagram have been doing. People are sharing it without me asking. People are just sharing it, putting it out on their stories. It's wild. It's wild. Hundreds of times people have done it already. And I appreciate every one of you. I'm sure you like the content, but I like that you're one of those people who decided to put it out there. You're promoting me, and I appreciate it. And I hope to give back some of the attention that I've been able to garner and collect here. And maybe you guys can eat off of this stuff too. So that's the plan. That's the plan. 2024 is the year of monetization, not just for this, but for everybody. We're all eating off this. We're all eating off this. All right. You guys got some exclusivity. So now let's go to TikTok. Let's add them. 3, 2, 1. Let's let go. Hey everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing? Happy New Year, I guess. I know it's weird. You guys are seeing me on a Monday, but I didn't feel like doing anything on a Sunday night. So, hey everyone. Welcome to Table Moments Live. I'm your host and captain, Ayman. We have a few things to talk about. I skipped last week, so I don't know if I'm gonna go extra this week. It's like one of those things that you start doing and then it's easy to fall off, to lose the habit of live streaming. So if you guys want a better viewing experience, I'm on YouTube and Twitch at the same time too. But hey everyone, how's it going? DS. What's up, man? Playing Animal Crossing? Oh, nice. Okay. I never could get into that game, man. I don't know. For me, the role-playing games are just so boring. Especially like Final Fantasy and stuff. Oh, man. I don't understand how people could play that. It's so boring. Just like waiting. You take turns attacking each other. Nah, man. No. This is why I like Kingdom Hearts. I was actually thinking about this today. Like, they don't make... Imagine who thought of the idea of taking like Final Fantasy and Disney characters, putting them together in this like action gameplay, putting this whole narrative story of Heartless and all this stuff and sharing the message of love and all that. Who would have thought that could work? It is like one of the greatest games ever. That's crazy. You don't see video games like that anymore unless it's like the indie market or something, which is a shame. It's a shame. Creativity is gone, guys, even in corporate, even in big companies. And it's just a shame to see. Even like when it comes to the content creator stuff, like a lot of people on Threads are complaining about how everyone's copying each other's threads. It's just like the few of us out here who can make genuinely creative content that's uniquely different from everything else. Man, so few. It's a little slow, but it's good for flights flying back to Arizona tomorrow at 4 a.m. Dang, that's early, Jaden. But yeah. Road to 300 subscribers. Oh yeah, you've been here before. I remember you. You're also on YouTube too. So true. Like, how can you copy when everything's the same? Right. It's awful, man. Like, it's so sad how many people have to copy. Here's the thing. The reactors are the same way. The reactors, all the people who copy content, all that, those are people who lack creativity, okay? Like, and it's a shame that this is a majority of the content. And it's the easier way to make content too, by the way. I'm not going to tell you morally what's right or wrong. That's up to you to decide. Personally, I can't live with myself making content like that. I can't. So I've chosen not to, which is why like every video of mine, it has a good chance of flopping, but that one in like 10 or 20 that hits big because it's uniquely creative. At this point, it's just people who vibe with you the best, basically. That's what I've been trying to do here. Unfortunately, like, I don't have a niche. There's no niche here. For those of you who don't know, this started off as a podcast page. And then I just started making content on topics that come to mind and writing scripts and then just sharing the thoughts. And that's all it was. What kind of content? You should do the NPC lives? No, I don't. I'm not going to do the NPC lives. No. Like, there's a level of dignity I will not go lower than. And that is, no. I'm not doing that. I don't need the money that bad. Just like, hey guys, hi. No, man. I think there has to be people out here who want to push the content better. Okay, these platforms are constantly going to push mediocrity to you. Okay, it turns out like the most basic bland stuff is going to be the thing that works the best for the most number of people. I think we can go in a different direction. I'm going to try, especially with 2024 coming around. Finally, I've gotten a hang. I've been able to get viral videos and I can do them semi-consistently, or at least consistently enough that people are impressed by it. So now the point is like, all right, can we go bigger? Can we go bigger? A podcast doesn't just have to be talking into microphones or even just live streaming like this. It'd be cool to like work on cool projects, interesting questions that people have, and then go find out if those are real. So like, I have a few ideas, but it is what it is. I don't think that's a bad thing. People can get to know who you are better. Yeah, that's just dumb. It was a meme and people took it too far. Yeah, people took it. It's the money, man. Money ruins a lot of these things, dude. Tell about your decision to convert to Muslim. It's funny. I'm actually doing the opposite. I started off Muslim and I'm converting, possibly. No, not possibly. I've definitely been living more as a Christian, for sure. Am I Indian? No, I'm not. That's the first time, for sure. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I've never gotten Indian before, but I did eat some tikka masala today, so it is delicious. It's one of my favorite, but technically it's a British dish, right? I don't know. A lot of Indians might not like that comment, but whatever. It's a really delicious dish. But no, I sort of had like a Christian experience recently, which I don't know if I'm comfortable talking about yet, but can't tell if you're East African, Indian. East African. That's you nailed that. Yeah, East African. My parents are from Eritrea, so that's what you're saying. I don't know what it is, which features. I thought I lost the look, but apparently I still look it. All right, I have a few topics prepared, but if you guys have anything on your mind, feel free to put it in the chat. I normally do these live streams on Sunday, but I didn't feel like doing anything on New Year's Eve. Figured a lot of people would be out, whatever. And so those topics I have prepared, taking L's. So this is the recent video I posted here where I talk about, you take enough L's, you start learning. L's doesn't, in the context of trying something new and learning something to grow personal development, L's don't necessarily have to mean loss or lose. It can mean learn. And that's what I've done over the last year. I've posted over 700 videos on Instagram, over 900 videos on TikTok with stitches and actual like scripted or talking head stuff. Also done street interviews and long form YouTube videos and stuff like that. So much post, dude, in 1 year. Like it's crazy. And through the process I've learned enough, and you get lucky. You get lucky on a few videos. I don't know if it's lucky. It's more like you're open to the upside. The downside is limited loss, right? So the 20 minutes or so it takes to record and edit a video, right? And so that's 20 minutes I'll never get back. But the upside is possibly millions of views, which I've been able to get. So it's like, all right, cool. Maybe, and then as you do more and more of this, you start realizing you're like, oh, okay. So as you get better, your frequency of being able to get views increases. And so you do it enough, you'll learn. And there's no guarantees. And I would say I'm not fit for social media. Personally, my personality does not fit for social stuff because I'm different from a lot of people, guys. Like I don't get most people and why they like what they like. But my strategy has been, you know what, let me just make videos about whatever interests me or whatever comes in my head and I can write down and write a script for, and then maybe shoot some B-roll or whatever and then incorporate in some like 1 minute video. Can I do something like that? And 900 videos later and millions and millions of views, dude. Millions and millions. Now the question is, all right, can I flip this? Can I turn this into something that can be monetized? Or can I use this to help other people? That would be even cooler, where I can put people on. That would be a really cool thing to do. So I've been experimenting with that. My first experiment was my glamping video, where I want to see if I can promote something that isn't me. but also give you guys some cool information about glamping. Because glamping is pretty awesome, guys. If you haven't tried it yourself, I think it's worth it. Especially if you're with a girl. You look like my friend Talal. Talal? Really? Interesting. Yeah, so you stick with something long enough, you start figuring things out and you will get results inevitably. Or you realize it's not for you. Now, I'm a stubborn guy, so I stuck with this way longer than most people would, and somehow I pulled it off, so it's pretty cool. I have glamped. It's boring, but it's better than a tent. I can see that. Like, if you're not a fan of hiking or wherever the glamping is, like the cool thing where I went to, it's like in the hills of just outside of Austin, Texas, and light pollution is a really big problem in cities. It's hard to see the stars because there's just too much light, street lights, building lights, all that stuff. So going there, we can actually see the stars, which is cool because they had a telescope. And so I could actually see the moon. And so I just pulled the telescope out and you could see the craters in the moon. I was like, yo, that's crazy. The moon's crazy, guys. Hey, Chloe, how's it going? We're talking about glamping right now and the merits of it. And so if you want to reconnect with nature with a view and isolation, and the cool thing is like it's off season. So literally we had the whole place to ourselves and it's like in a tent, but it's like a hotel room. It's weird. It reminded me of Harry Potter. I think Goblet of Fire. No. The one after that where they go to that Quidditch match and they put the tent up where everyone's camping, but then they go inside and it has all the amenities. Yeah, that's basically what it felt like, except without the magic. It was cool. It was cool. And I thought it was going to be a corny thing because my girl came up with the idea. It was her birthday. So I was like, all right, I'll take you glamping for your birthday. And so I did. And I ended up enjoying it, dude. It was fun. Or like they had a soaking tub outside. So you can literally soak in the tub, in the stars, underneath the stars. And that was cool. And then, stuff can happen. So yeah, I recommend it, guys. Take your girl glamping. It's a little pricey, but I mean, yeah, it's better than a spa, I would say. A couple spa, which I've also done. It wasn't my idea, okay? It wasn't. It's not even something. Yeah, it was her idea, and she orchestrated the whole thing. And it is what it is. I've seen you on Instagram. Really? Which video? Which video was it? Was it the microwave video or was it black people who sound white? Yo, I can't believe some of the comments I got on that black people who sound white video. So basically, you guys know the TikTok trend where people are like, "Oh, we're video editors. We blah blah blah. We're video editors. We da da da." Or like, "We're HR professionals. We're HR professionals." Whatever. So I wanted to make a video that I thought would be funny. And so I made we're black people who sound white. We sound like we've read books before. We're black people who sound white. People are always presently surprised when we come in for the interview after the phone screening, and we're every HR department's wet dream and all that stuff. And I thought it was hilarious. And a lot of people got the joke, but some people were real irate in the comments, just like, how dare you talk about black people this way, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, chill. Just chill. This is just a joke. Oh, you saw the microwave one? Yeah. The microwave one, I did not expect it to get the views that honestly, I didn't give it. It's weird how this works out. Like, I just come up with these ideas and I'm like, this is interesting. And I know how a lot of things work. This is the weird thing about the stuff I know. I'm not too deep in anything specifically, but I know a lot about a lot. I am formally trained as an engineer, but I mean, growing up, I always wondered how things work. So I would always take them apart, trying to understand like broken things, take them apart, understand the pieces, or even just like how it's made was like one of my favorite shows growing up. And so I know a lot about a lot, and I have a bunch of videos prepared, things that I could talk about that I think are relevant for people. And that microwave one was essentially that. I guess people didn't understand that, like putting your food near the edge of the rotating tray is actually more effective heating than putting it in the center because of the way it works and how microwaves actually heat up your food. So right now it's sitting at just under 10 million views. It's wild. Whatever. People liked it and people were sharing it. The thing is, about that video. I use the word radiation, because that's what it is. It's electromagnetic radiation, right? But people took it the wrong way. People were thinking like nuclear radiation. And so they're like, oh my God, this is dangerous. This is why I haven't had a microwave in my house for like 8 years. And people were sharing it with each other. And they were, as a form of caution, be careful, guys. Be careful of these microwaves, these dangerous microwaves. I'm like, whoa. And they ended up sharing it. 10 million. It's just shy of 10 million. 9.9 million right now. It's wild, man. And I think if you want a video to go viral on Instagram, the way I've been able to do it is by having people share it. I don't ask people to share it. It's just one of those things that people want to share. So if you can make content where people want to share it, and it's like classical virality. The way people used to, what viral used to mean was one person would share it with another person or two people. Those people would share it with like another one or two people, and then that's the viral part. It's spreading. But now it's all algorithms trying to make predictions. And but with Instagram, I mean, you can still do that because people can share on their stories, which is yeah. So that's how that works. Where's your family from? They're from Eritrea. Yeah. Was the like ratio good? Yeah, it actually was. Like, I think the like ratio is different on Instagram. People are less likely to hit the like button on Instagram. I think a good target is 5%. 5% of people who watch it, who hit the heart, you're doing pretty good. TikTok, I think it needs to be closer to 10%. But yeah, the people sharing it, especially with that Black People Who Sound White video, a lot of people were like, oh, finally I feel heard. Oh, this has been my experience. Or they were sharing it with someone in their life who is a Black person who sounds white. And yeah, and the funny thing is, like, I like to make the comment section more interesting than the video itself. So if you go through the comment section and you see my replies to some people, I think it's hilarious. So you will enjoy that too. Sharing to story or individually? I think people shared individually, but people are sharing it to their story, and I can see the notifications. So I like all of those. When people share them in these stories, I get a notification and I can see it, and then I hit the heart for all of them. Oh, I had a feeling you were East African. Yeah, good guess, Chloe. Are you East African, Chloe? Can you tell me how to study effectively? All right. I don't know if I can give you any real tips other than like, be determined, because it's so easy. We live in a world full of distractions. It might take putting some lo-fi on to get rid of all the audio distractions. Put your phone away. For me, when I was in college studying, I didn't have a smartphone. Like, I mean, it was a smartphone-ish, but it didn't have like a full keyboard, and it wasn't whatever. It was one of those slider ones. So you couldn't be distracted on your phone. Now there's more distractions than ever. So I can imagine how hard it is to study, but you kind of have to be determined, and it depends what you're studying. For me, I studied a lot of math and physics as an engineering student. And for me, it was a bunch of trial and error and of trying problems. So look at the example problems, see if you understand the fundamentals of how that problem works. Then you go into the book and then you find problems to work on. And then you try it out. Then look at the back of the book. Did you get the answer right? No. Then go back. You misunderstood something in the concept of what you're trying to learn, and then try again. So like, I always brute forced my way through this stuff. But when you're studying, be careful not to feel like you're studying without actually studying. I noticed a lot of people in college would do this. Like, they would gather. I lived in an engineering house with a lot of other engineering students. They'd all gather downstairs just before like a midterm or a final, just, let's study together, thinking they're being effective here, right? But what do they end up doing? They end up just talking, socializing the whole time, maybe working up one problem, two problems every hour. That's not a way to study. So I would go upstairs in my dorm room and literally just put my headphones on and just work through practice problems, just to make sure I understand the fundamentals. And that's the nature of like math and physics, where the problems can be in any form. As long as you understand the basics, the fundamentals of how it works, you should be able to solve any type of problem. Like, you should know the basic equations of motion for horizontal and linear, all that stuff, and be able to solve any type of projectile problem just based on that. And so like that's where practicing and the repetition really like solidifies your memory of that. And so that's what I would do, isolate myself. So that's what you might have to do. So don't cheat yourself. Don't pretend like you're studying when you're not actually studying. Actually study. But as far as like distractions, minimize distractions, man. Yeah, TikTok doesn't have your last likes. You have to go to your history to find your likes vids. Yeah. Salute. I meant Instagram. Okay. Because sometimes I feel like I'm making no progress. That's what it feels like a lot of the time when you're like, it's like you're bashing your head into a brick wall again and again until it clicks. And that's the nature of it. It's weird how that works out. And it turns out like a lot of things that in life are like that. They're not these linear things. People like to think life is like this linear, straight, you're just going upwards. Like this is how salaries work, where it's like, oh yeah, you get a raise every year and you make progress, stepping stone, all that stuff. No. When you're doing things independently or like studying or even creative work, it's a lot of just like bashing your head, getting no results until finally it clicks. When it clicks, then it's like, oh, you just leapfrogged. It's a weird thing. And sometimes this requires just like really just going at it hard. And this is probably not good advice, but that's just the approach I've taken. So I can only tell you what I've done. And even with this content stuff, making all these videos, like I'm a stubborn dude. Like I'm stubborn. And so I would just keep making videos until something works. I'm like, oh, okay, here's a certain topic people seem to like. But the funny thing is, once I figure something out, I get bored. And so I always try to do something new, which is bad. It's really bad. I don't recommend it because it's like you miss out on compounding. But at the same time, it's like the only thing driving all this is my intellectual curiosity. So that's that. Let me catch up with these comments on TikTok and then I'll get you on Twitch. No, I'm East African. I'm not East African. I'm Caribbean. Okay, Palestinian flags. Okay. Honestly, trial and error is how you figure out how to use study. Yeah, and that's self-discovery, I guess, is a good way to describe that. Not every group studying is effective, yeah. I always take practice tests. That's my best method. Yeah, that's also good too. What's good, gang? The L Taker King. Yeah, what's up, Jose? Talk about 2023 highlights and lowlights. Oh, that's a good one. Let me write that down so I don't forget. I will talk about that. I get bored easily too. Yeah, that's a good. I'll talk about highlights and lowlights. Highlights started at the beginning of the year with like the DoorDash video. It was going stupid virals. All right. Could your engineering degree be used to solve New Orleans levee problems, specifically Hurricane Katrina water basin? There's more to that story. The levee stuff. They were warned. That's the funny thing. They were warned about the structural integrity of these levees. And I'm actually reading a book about risk aversion, anti-fragility. I've mentioned this a few times. I'm still working my way through the book. It's a heavy book, at least for me. Very dense, but essentially he talks about like people underestimate the likelihood of extreme events happening, right? And so that's essentially what happened. Like, but they were warned. They were warned about the structural integrity. So if you look at the history of this stuff, like really go deep, they were warned. They knew that the levees weren't strong enough. In the event that some weather event happened that hasn't happened historically, it was going to break. And which is worse than knowing that, because it was preventable. And if I remember correctly, I'd have to double check, but I think they even had the funds for it and chose to spend it on other things. So yeah, it is an engineering degree. Civil engineers, could have told them like, hey, here's the kind of storms they can handle, and in the event that you have a freak weather event where there's a massive amount of water, here's what the pressure on these levees are going to be and the likelihood, and here's the elevation of these houses, and here's what's going to happen. It's all predictable. So yeah, engineering degrees. I'm sure Society of Civil Engineers told them, like, this stuff isn't, I don't know, but there's a lot more to the story. But yeah, engineering is useful for that. I get bored. Another studying tip is testing yourself over and over until you know the info on your sleep. Yeah. Yep. And that's essentially what I would do. and with physics and math problems. All right, 2023 highlights. The highlights, I would just say the viral videos. No, the highlights are meeting people, I think. I got a chance to meet Jalila, and I got a chance to meet Banner Boy. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I actually got to meet people in person. And I got recognized at Afrotech by Banner Boy. It's pretty cool. It's like, yo, you're on TikTok, right? I was like, yo, that's wild. That's wild. That's pretty cool to get recognized in public like that, right? Another highlight would be the DoorDash video, obviously. That was the thing that finally validated all the work I had put into social media and growing the podcast. Because up to that point, I was making all these videos constantly. And then I recently had started live streaming and stuff. But that DoorDash video, man, I posted it and literally like hours, within an hour, like it was doing crazy numbers. And one guy actually left a comment. He's like, yo, I saw this on my other page. And I was just like, oh my God, it was doing tens of thousands of views, like by the minute. It was wild. And then I told my brother about it. And then we were both just like super excited, like, oh my God, they're actually figuring this thing out. And that was a cool moment. That was definitely a highlight. At this point, it doesn't really faze me anymore. Getting a million views, whatever. It's cool to see, just because, you know, put in all this work that, you know, you can get some attention with it. I haven't done anything useful with the attention yet. For me, it's just all like learning. But 2024 is the year I kind of want to like figure out how to use this attention better, more wisely, and maybe even help some of you guys out there working on stuff who need some attention. Come on the podcast. Maybe we can make some videos together and you can use it to launch whatever you're working on too. That'd be really cool. Lowlights, the days of like posting videos constantly. The beginning was the worst because like here's the funny thing. When I first started posting videos on social media, they weren't even videos. They were audio clips from the actual podcast episodes, like the one you were part of, Jose, like the audio, where it's just a conversation over a picture of the logo, the Table Moments logo. That's it. That's all it was. But I literally a few days ago, I started going through the old catalog and seeing those posts again. They were fire, bro. They were fire, but no one's going to listen to an audio clip of a podcast. They need to see something visual. So it's like all this good content because they were actually funny. There were conversations between me and my siblings. And, you know, we'd come up with funny things. Like we would just crack jokes and like, it's like, bro, what did you just say? And then like, I think this one time, my brother, we were talking about NASA at some point. Like, would you rather suffocate in space or die by drowning? Like that was one of the questions we came up with, right? And we were talking about space or whatever. And somehow space ice cream, right, came up. And my brother said, well, what are you talking about, space ice cream? Like, that would just be ice cream with no gravity. And then we all just died laughing. It's like, no, space ice cream is a thing. It's like dehydrated ice cream or whatever. He's like, what? This is hilarious. Or like when my brother, he didn't know what a manhole was. He knows what a manhole is, but he didn't know what it was called. And like, so one of the questions is, why do you think a manhole is round? Why is it a circle, right? And he's like, he was trying to answer the question, but he didn't know what a manhole was. He's like, what? And then I explained, it's like, you know, it's that thing that covers the holes that dudes, service workers can go in and out of the street, right? He's like, oh, okay, I thought you meant a man's asshole. And I was just like, yo, these audio clips are hilarious, but there's no video to pair it with, so it is what it is. I don't know. People are visual, which sucks, so. All right. But yeah, those are some highlights. How tall are you? I'm 6'3". Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. You guys got any resolutions? Put it in the comments. What do you guys plan on doing this year? People always wait till the 1st, or I guess New Year's Eve, to make their resolution, and then they'll start on the 1st. But if it's really something you actually want to do, you won't wait till the new year comes. It's just a way to procrastinate and make it feel like Sorry, guys, to make it feel like you're actually doing something. In reality, it's like if you wanted to do it, go do it. And so it's like it's almost a recipe for disaster. If you make your resolution and you say you're going to start on the first, while you indulge in the thing that you were once doing that isn't maybe good for you, or that thing you said you wanted to start. One of the things I want to do is I've been getting a lot of DMs from people about how to make content. And so I kind of want to put together a video series for you guys so I can just answer all those questions and then you guys can just watch it. I want to make it free. I'm going to make it free. I know everyone charges for courses and stuff. Nah, information should be free. So I will share everything I've learned over the last couple years of posting content online. I'll put it on maybe an unlisted YouTube playlist so it's exclusive to you guys and you guys can enjoy it. And then on my other account, by the way, this isn't my only account, guys. I have one where I talk about business, creative stuff, like this whole content creation stuff, and then software, which are some of the things I dabble in. And then also a little bit of music, just basically any creative work. So I'll be releasing that soon. And obviously, if you're new here, my credentials gotten millions of views on a bunch of videos. But I don't have a niche. So I'm pulling off something special here, I think, where because the niche helps you. The niche helps categorize your content for a certain type of person. So if you're a money person, they'll push it towards people who want to see that type of content. If you talk about relationships all the time, they'll push it to a certain type of person who likes seeing that content. Here, I talk about microwaves, I talk about science, I talk about relationships sometimes when it comes up. I talk about random things. So I don't have the whole you fit into this kind of box advantage that a lot of other people have, yet I've been able to get some attention here. So all the things I've learned, you guys can you don't have to go through the pain that I've had learning all this stuff myself. And this is another thing about me. I should use people to not make mistakes, but I don't know. The only way I learn is by doing trial and error, as we were saying before. So that's what I've decided to do. And that's the approach I've taken, and somehow I've pulled off something. So that's what I'm about. Do you feel people who do food review videos are being selfish to their families because they will have to eat unhealthy to satisfy the algorithm to get views and make money? Yeah, that's another thing. That's a really good point. I'll post it. I'll put it up here. Audience capture. That is a thing. Audience capture essentially describes how you will change because of what you're rewarded for on social media. And this is the dangerous thing. Which I've chosen to fight against. You guys don't know that's what you're doing. And to you guys, individually, it doesn't matter that much. You don't know that that's what's happening. But in aggregate, when you guys like certain videos and you guys respond well to certain things, content creators on this side of the camera have a temptation to continue giving more of that stuff because they want that reward of views and likes and follows and all that stuff. So they lean into it, right? But it turns out we are multi-dimensional people with all these other interests and passions. But because of the algorithm and what it rewards and fitting you into these niches and these categories, you lean into whatever it puts you in. And so, as you mentioned, Jeezy, the food reviewers, the people, the mukbangs and all that stuff, they get stuck there because that's all they can make now because they've been put into that box and that's what they get rewarded for. And then that's all they become. And then once that has happened, it is considered that person has been captured by the audience who have been liking and sharing and giving them the follows based on that type of content. And I've purposely chosen not to let you guys do that to me. I will not do that. That's why the content goes all over the place. And my rule is one for you, many for me. I'll make one video that I know will work for you guys, and then I'll make a ton of videos that I enjoy making. And I know the ones I enjoy making are not going to get the views, but I don't know. Creative work just needs to be out there, and that's how I feel. But good question, man. Good question. It's dangerous. A lot of people get stuck. Like the person who talks about financial doom all the time can only talk about that, even if they're, and it changes their sort of mental too. And so the food review stuff, yeah, you can see people who do the mukbangs all the time. It's like, oh, look, we have all this food. They have to eat it all and all that stuff. It's they get trapped. They get trapped. It's a dangerous thing. This game is, be very careful if you want to get into it. Hey, what's going? Hey, what's up? I'm good. I'm good. Hello, can you say something in Russian? I don't know any Mother Russia. Like I don't I don't know any. I was just watching something yesterday where I was hearing a Russian accent, and I always try to like replicate accents when I hear it, just to see if I can manipulate my voice. So like I think they pronounce words like really strong at the end of the words, like Mother Russia, and like I don't know. Give me a line and I could say it maybe. Like Natasha just joined. Natasha is definitely a Russian name for sure. But yeah, and so yeah, be careful if you're gonna get into this content game. Be very careful, is what I would say, and you might lose a part of yourself because of it. And stay diligent. Like audience capture is a real thing. It's a real thing, and you see it happen to people as they go bigger and bigger. And then when people say, "Oh, burnout, burnout," yeah, that's why the burnout happens, because they get stuck. And I don't want to be stuck. I don't want to be stuck. And these platforms don't care. These platforms don't care. They don't care that they're psychologically ruining the content creator, and then psychologically ruining you guys, wasting all your time and trying to get you hooked on their apps. These people, man. God. You know, we look up to these like tech people who are like, make all these things that connect everyone, but they somehow pervert it. They pervert it into these like awful ways that ruin people's lives, or at least are a negative force in their life. And I'm hoping we can do something different here. I want to educate and entertain. Edutainment, as they say. I want to make smart content. I won't dumb it down. Now, I will substitute words if they're too technical, just because it can appeal to a larger audience and teach more people, but I'm not going to dumb it down. I'm not going to do Mr. Beast type content where it's just like, oh, let's jump buses over other buses. Wait, what? This is, I don't know. I have this idea, like for long form video in 2024, I have a bunch of ideas where I want to talk about a lot of things, a lot of thoughts related to just like psychology, people, habits, and even like universalities that you find in life. So like one of the, and the cool thing about watching these lives here is you get to see the ideas before I actually make them. And so one idea that's been percolating in the back of my head was a Mr. Beast video where the title of the video would be Mr. Feast, the McDonald'sfication of YouTube. Essentially, like by any measure, you can say Mr. Beast. People like to talk about Mr. Beast being the best content creator out there because of the metrics. But if you look at the metrics of the restaurant industry, the restaurant with the most locations, with the most customers, with the most appeal, the broadest appeal, with the most money, that answer is McDonald's. That answer is McDonald's, but no one would call McDonald's the best food. And you see the problem here? Like Mr. Beast makes McDonald's content, essentially, which is fine. It has its place, but to say it's the best is like completely misjudging what creative work and content actually is. But you know, people who aren't in the game don't know that. If you found out your significant other had an OnlyFans and didn't tell you, do you consider that cheating? I consider that lying. It's lying. That's even if it's a lie by omission, because I don't think a lot of guys ever consider asking their girl that they randomly met or whatever, that they started dating, that if she had an OnlyFans in her past. That's something you gotta like share. You gotta share that. So it's not cheating, it's just lying. And lying is one of those red flags, deal breaker type things. For me personally. For a lot of people, I don't know. A lot of people, I don't know. I think honesty is a big thing for me. So I would say that's lying. Cheating is actual infidelity. And then you can talk about cheating and what constitutes as cheating. So it's like, is engaging in something but not actually being physical, or, and then that gets into some gray area. I don't think it's a gray area, but for a lot of people it is. But I wouldn't say that's cheating. I would say that's lying. And lying is definitely a deal breaker for me. What is it for you? Would you consider, like, I don't know. Here's the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing. I actually thought about this in the past. Like, she may not have an OnlyFans, but there are nudes of her out there. There are. Like, sorry guys, she's dated before, and if she was young, they're out there, guys, and they might show up again. That's the worst part about the internet. Like, all that dark stuff that you did, that you put out there when you were young as a kid, yeah, it could bite you, and it could bite her and you, and you're with her, and you see her with, eesh. And so that's the dangerous thing. People focus on OnlyFans, but I think it's more like a lot of people have. I mean, I have pictures out there. I know that. Now, you have to be strategic, okay, guys? No face. Don't show your face in those pictures. Never. Or just don't do them completely. I think that's also a good rule, just not to do them ever. But at the same time, it's kind of fun. How do you shave your head? Need some tips. I just use a disposable razor. Equate brand works too. Amazon has one too, where you have the heads that can be replaced. And so I shave with the grain. So I put like a little bit of shaving cream, wet the head a little bit, and then put the shaving cream on, and then I shave with the grain. So usually I start with this side here, and then I go around the ear, and so I'm going forward. And then here I do the same thing. And then I start going down here, because that's the grain. That's where the direction the hair is pointing. And then on the top head, the hair points forward, so I shave in that way. And then it takes like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Really easy. You got pictures out there, what? Picture, yeah, like whenever you dated someone, you didn't send any pictures when you guys were like texting heavy? Yeah, obviously. They have a copy of the photos, guys. That's how that works. Of course they're out there. Is there any guarantee that they deleted them or they still have them? No, but they could be out there. I don't know. Not online or whatever, but it's on their phone. And if they have an iCloud account, like it's in the cloud technically. Let's see. Have you tried to figure out where all these viral TikTok challenges videos come from? Like the crate challenge or the licking ice cream in the supermarket? I don't know either one of those. Like dig into the code and find the first video on how it went viral. I have a theory that it's orchestrated. I have a theory. Like on this side of social media, when you're actually making content and you get somewhat successful, or at least build a decent audience, you get access to all these perks and these interesting things. And so specifically, like right now, what a lot of musicians, artists, music artists are doing, like I think that the recent one was like Cardi B. She has a new song that was coming out, and they pay creators. Now they're rewarding creators for like making dance videos to the music, the new single that they're releasing. And that's how they spark it now. That's how they do it. And I have access to it, so I can get paid. That's why, Jose, if you saw one of my, I just made a stupid video for one of these songs just to see what would happen. I like to experiment sometimes, and yeah, if it gets a certain number of views, you get rewarded for it. So now they're paying people to do that. But I would wager that some of the trends, actually, a lot of this trend started off that way. Whatever song it was, they probably paid people under the table, DM them directly and say, hey, do a dance for this video, do a dance. You do it for 10, 50, usually girls, because they can sell it. Their bodies can sell it. And then once that starts trending, or the viral stuff, and it's like, oh, look, this is actually popping off right now. Or I would wager even TikTok themselves are probably promoting certain things, saying, oh, look, this is a cool trend, showing more of it, making these things happen, knowing that that's how things grow on their platform. All this is rigged, guys. All of it. What's your New Year's resolutions? I don't have any. I just, whenever I think of doing something, I think about it for like 6 months, and then finally I pull the trigger, and then I just go heavy into it. That's my pattern. I don't know why. I don't know. It's just how I am. What hair? Do you have sensitivity issues that way? No. It actually works that way. It works well that way. Some people like to go against the grain to get a closer shave, but I realize like that can lead to like possible ingrown hairs and stuff. The reason why I don't shave my beard, I'll trim it, but I don't shave it is because I get nasty ingrown hairs. I have like 4C hair. It's very tight and curly. And so when it breaks the skin, it just rolls into itself, and then it's just like mad pimples and like ingrown hairs all over the neck. I still have scarring on my neck from years ago when I shaved my beard. As far as the head, I don't mind shaving with the grain to prevent those kind of issues from happening. And then also I think it prevents like nicks and cuts. It does mean you have to shave a little more frequently because you're not getting as close to shave, but it's close enough that you won't have to shave for like the next 3 days. And it only takes like 2-3 minutes to shave. So that's what I do. How do I get my beard to connect to my mustache? I have no clue, dude. It was a long time, I think like into my mid-20s when this finally connected. For the longest time it didn't. So I don't know, age, get older. How old are you right now, Cameron? How old are you? Hi, hello. How are you guys doing though? What are your resolutions? Put it in the comments. Guys. 16. Yeah, you got time, dude. Don't worry about it. I would start. Don't even worry about it. Period. It doesn't matter. You can make it work. You can make it work if it doesn't connect. In August, the government. Let me show these. I like showing your comments. Thank you for all the commenting too. In August, the government declassified UFO documents and shared them with the public. Do you believe in aliens? Does the math say we are not alone? The math says it's very, very unlikely that there isn't life out there. But at the same time, there is some gaps in the whole theory of evolution. That jump that happens from like a bunch of atoms and molecules to, hey, or an organism. No one's quite put that gap together yet. And so that's sort of like the pitch that people have for intelligent design. Like, all right. As far as aliens, I don't know. Like space travel, I don't know. It's very limiting. Like light years and being able to travel that distance without some sort of teleportation. And I don't know how teleportation would work. At least physically, there's no explanation for how that could be physically possible. So in the event, how could aliens even get here? What's the nearest star? You know, you start looking into all that and it's just like, it's not even worth worrying about. So that's what I would say. Like, it's not something I put a lot of thought to. My New Year's resolution is to spend less money on stupid stuff. What about you? What stupid stuff? What stupid stuff are you spending your money on? Cool cat though. Do you believe the earth is flat? I recently discovered some people think the earth is flat. No, I don't think the earth is flat, but I kind of respect the people who think the earth is flat because at least they're attempting to figure out something on their own. You know, they're skeptical. Their skepticism just needs to be directed in the right area. I prefer that over people who just blindly believe everything they're told. And if you're here, you're probably not one of those people who just like, oh, I saw this on TV, it must be true, you know? Or like, oh, the news is talking about this, it must be true, you know? I can't stand that, bro. I can't stand that. But people who are skeptical, I like. Even in weird directions that aren't scientifically valid or whatever, it's just like, all right, we can explain this stuff. But skepticism, I think, is like one of those traits you either have or you don't. Or you can develop, I guess. But the earth is round. And there's several ways you can figure that out. What do you use on your beard? Nothing. Nothing. Like not even shampoo, dude. Every now and then I'll wash it with soap, but the oils in your hair is what keeps it healthy. And so like when you use shampoo, that lathers and interacts with the oils and removes the oils out of it, which gives you dry hair, which is why then they also sell you one conditioner to reintroduce some moisture back in. And so it's just like, you know, you could have just avoided all that by just like washing it with just water. This is also true for like hair on your head. It connects so beautifully. Does it? For real, trying to get, wow, okay. I've never gotten that compliment before, but thanks. Connects beautifully. Guys, don't worry too much about the vanity stuff. Don't. Like, come on. Like you are who you are. You have what you have. And The only thing you can control is like weight, I guess. Even then, that's harder for certain people than it is for others, and all that stuff. And yeah, just try to eat a healthy life and healthier life. Try to live a healthier life. Walk a lot. If one of your resolutions is losing weight, I would recommend maybe not doing the gym thing and just go for walks. You'll be surprised how much weight you can lose just by walking. You have to be using some super conditioner on your beard. No, I think it's the lights. I have 2 lights going on right now, so it's making them look really good. In person, it's kind of scratchy. It's kind of scratchy. You know how many guys I see with bald spots in their beards? They can't control it though. What are they gonna do, Chloe? They can't control it. Like they can't. It's not like makeup or like what do girls do? Like push-up bras or whatever. You can't do that with your beard. I mean, some guys I guess go as far as to like glue stuff, but I think they do it for the head. I don't know if they do it for the beard, but it's like you have what you have. There's nothing you can do to control that. So it's like, and I had bald spots in my beard for the longest time too. I had it like in my early 20s, early teens. It was like barely there. In the early 20s, all this was like very patchy, very, very patchy. And I also have a habit of like picking at it too. And then now finally got older and it actually filled in. I'm starting even to get gray hairs here, which is cool. Got another one here. Having bald spots in beards is because of low testosterone. I don't know if that's true, man. Like, what? So my testosterone's higher now than when I was younger? I doubt it. I doubt it. By welcoming AI and Tesla bots, we are voluntarily handing over our jobs and our freedom. I don't know about the freedom part. Definitely the jobs part for sure. But I mean, think about it this way: the way I've seen these automations and robots and stuff like that is advancement. It's good for humanity that we can automate work because then it leads to more abundance for everyone. There is some short-term pain, which is unfortunate. But it turns out the AI stuff is actually hurting white-collar workers first. Blue-collar workers are safe. Do you know how hard it is to train a robot to do something like put some nuts on a wheel for a car on a manufacturing line? Do you know how hard that is? I studied mechanical engineering. We actually built a robot for one of our projects in one of our classes. It's hard, man, to make it do it repeatedly again and again, and then to have the fine detail and movement that a human being has, to be able to just make something and adapt to the situation as needed. It's so hard. That's why we don't have like robots that make burgers yet, because it's so hard to deal with the inconsistencies of like grilling meat and flipping it over, and sometimes it gets stuck, so you gotta like put a little. If there's anything that needs even just the tiniest amount of finesse, a robot sucks at it. And so it turns out these blue collar jobs are the safest. They're the safest ones. The white collar stuff where you just have to put together some PowerPoint presentations based on some data from some database somewhere, yeah, that can be automated. AI can take that immediately. So it's like, it turns out like all the college educated job kind of things are the ones that are going to be replaced first. So that's just how it works. So I don't know. It's interesting what's going to happen. Maybe it's a phrase some guys have to go through before guys get a full beard. I don't know. I started balding though in my 20s before the full beard came. And isn't balding a sign of high testosterone or like too much testosterone attacking the hair follicles or something like that, or overproduction or something, DT something? So it's like, I don't know what the consensus is or what the truth is on this stuff. I just say your biology is your biology, your hair is your hair. Sure, there's certain things you could do to like enhance it, but if you have bald spots, you have bald spots, and learn to accept it or shave it off. You know, accept, like, I have a bald head, I shave it. That's just what I do. Yes, Queen Slay, you go girl. Yes, lady go honey. Okay, Sticky Waffle. I'm simply just a girl. All right. I doubt it, but okay. Will there ever come a point where you would prefer a companion bot over a real woman? That's a good question. What would it take for you to make that change? No, there won't. There won't. No. Robots. I think there's a. Isn't there like sci-fi work out here, like media out there where it's like her? I think like having someone who is perfectly suited for you, who does everything you like, satisfies you in every way, is actually really boring. It's really boring, and especially knowing that it's an AI, it's not even real. So I prefer real human connections, man. That's just me. But maybe I'll be one of these old school people who are like too focused on the classics while everyone's just enjoying AI, whatever. Uh, yeah. No. The question for you ladies out here too. Could you ever get to a point where you would prefer a companion bot over a real man? Would you? A lot of women already do. They just don't realize it. What do you think vibrators are? They're robots. They're robots. That's what they are. And some of them are like being powered by AI these days. So technically, women have beat us to the punch, guys. They have. And look at how happy they are. Your courage inspires. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Moose Soul. Am I saying your name right? A woman from Italy living in the USA. All right. You say that now, but I think we all had at least more conversation with Alexa and Siri than some real woman. Only one more step left. I don't know about that. I don't use Alexa or Siri, so maybe I just don't like that it can listen to me all the time. I don't know, man. Like it's just me. I don't use Siri or Alexa. I just type it out like people used to do a few years ago, I guess. But yeah, women have beat us to it, and they've been trying it, and they're not that happy. So I don't know. And that's the thing. I have a companion. I found a girl, guys. So, she has a ring and everything. So I'm kind of off the market. Enhancement supplements. I'm not sure what you mean. What context of that? What's the context of that, Sticky Waffle? Enhancement supplements. So, yeah. And here's the thing. I understand like all the stuff on social media that you see about women and stuff. Like, yeah. I actually had this conversation with my girl the other day, where it's like all the advice that they give about men, women, females, dating, all that stuff is good if you're dealing with the average person. This goes for women too. Like when you're dealing with the average man, all the dating advice, make him wait, blah, 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 whatever. I don't think that's a good idea, but whatever, you do you. But if you're looking for, I think what we're all looking for is exceptional people who are outside of the norm, especially if you're here and you like this type of content where literally it's just me talking into a camera and you guys just asking interesting questions and me responding. You might be different than most. You might be. And so what you're looking for is someone exceptional. And it turns out exceptional people don't behave like everybody else. And so what we've actually done is this generalization that is useful. It is actually a useful perspective on men and women in the dating marketplace. But when you're choosing someone specifically for you, if it turns out you're looking for something exceptional, so you're looking beyond the average, and it turns out beyond the average people act differently. There are tendencies, don't get me wrong, fellas, I know. Girls are gonna do certain things, they're gonna get emotional, problems come out of nowhere, but certain girls it happens way less, way less. And that's all you can really ask for. People aren't perfect. And then guys, we have tendencies too. We have different moods that we run through sometimes when we don't have food, sex, sleep, peace. Like, yeah, sometimes we're irritable. Sometimes we get aggro, a little hostile. Obviously not getting physical, but yeah, we have things too. And it's like, can you ladies find a dude who doesn't exhibit those things too much, who is more stoic and can handle life better? I think that's all we're looking for in the end. Will your woman make you a meal during the football game? Will she rub your feet at 2 a.m.? Fembot would. Yeah, my girl would. If I watch football, she's a great cook. She's a great cook. Will she rub my feet? If I needed her to rub my feet at 2 a.m., she would. She would. Like, yo, she'd do a lot of things, guys. And that's what we're looking for, guys. That's what we're looking for. And that's the bar. And if she doesn't meet up to it, or you're not the type of person who can get that, either work on yourself or set that bar and don't settle for anything less. But in order to be able to set that bar, you have to be the type of person who can get that. And so that's where the self-improvement comes in. So there's a balance here, guys. There's a balance. But yeah, Fembot would do those things. Yeah, I can find multiple great features of your face besides the beard, but I don't seem like a creep. Yeah, thank you for that. I took a pic with an attractive cop and captioned it, copped a baddie. Oh, okay. For like it's like a dating app kind of thing or what? Interesting. Yeah, social proof does work on women better than it does on men. Also, if you guys, fellas, if you're gonna take pictures for dating apps, yeah, it is worth, I hate to say it, hiring someone to take good pictures of you, because you guys take bad pictures of yourselves. That's a YouTube video idea too. I've been talking about it for like months, but I haven't been settled enough and haven't put together what the thing is gonna look like yet. And I've been getting into the script game, so I've been writing a lot of scripts, and I think I wanna write scripts for this, or at least an outline of what shots I need, the things I want to say on camera, and then make the stuff and then go do it. How do I look tough in a picture? Don't look at the camera, look away. Look away. So it's just like, that's it. Guys, you can't look at the camera unless, you can't look at the camera. Look away from the camera. Women can look at the camera. Like, the focus is them. For you, for men, it's more the focus of what you're doing or where you are or what you're looking at. And so, like, looking into the camera is a little too desperate. That's what it comes off as. So, unless it's like or show yourself doing something interesting. So, like, pretend you're doing a podcast on the street with like one of your friends or whatever, and you could do that. Is flexing on a picture good? Like doing that stuff? I don't know. I don't think that would work, but if you got the muscles, why not? Like, there are women out there who are just looking to get laid, and that would work for them if you have a good body. Yeah. So that's what I'd say. Do you have any cool tattoos we don't know about? I got a tat of scorpion, my sign. I don't have any tattoos. I don't, and I don't intend to get any. Do I look like someone who has tattoos? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really a fan of tattoos, on dudes or on women, but that's just a personal preference. It's just a thing. It's just like, especially on women, it's kind of tough because it's just like, why would you mess it up? Why would you mess it up? You know, like, imagine you go to like a dealership, right? Or a fancy like car. Like, let's say you're at a Ferrari dealership, right? And you get one of these, or let's do Porsche dealership, 911. It's beautiful, curves in all the right places. It's like classic white, okay? Or classic silver, let's go. And you buy the car, you got the money, you put it all down, and you're like, yo, I want that. They give you the keys, you show up, and you can drive it off the lot, maybe off of the showroom, because that's the only one they have. And you're like, bam, now you're on the street rolling in your Porsche 911, right? Silver, classic and clean. You cannot beat it. It is the idol people think about when they think of Porsche. That's the car. Then you drive it, then you turn the corner and pull it into a car detailer or something, and you put stupid ass decals on it. That's what I feel like women do with their bodies when they put tattoos on. It's just like, why would you mess it up? But whatever. That's how I feel. It's like, man, it's like God made it perfect. Why'd you mess it up? Why'd you mess it up? That's how I feel. And here's the thing with decals, they can't make the car look better. They can only make it look worse. And so it's like, be very selective about your tattoos, I guess. And then also, if it is a tattoo, like for you, it's your sign. So your sign ain't changing. But like, if you put some like message or something, and then a few years later, you're a completely different person and that message doesn't make sense anymore, then it's just like, all right, so now you have this thing on your body that's, man, you're stuck with it. Or you got to get it off, and then there's remnants of it. That's just how I feel about tattoos. But I'm not judging. Do what you want with your own body. But that's how I feel. This one's funny. Since you are a mathematician, I pictured you with a badass Fibonacci sequence tat. That's hilarious. Oh man, I kind of want to do it now just because it's a funny idea. You know what? A lot of the time, I only do things because I think it'll be a funny story to tell. A lot of the time, that's literally my only motivation. I'm like, yo, that's gonna be hilarious if I go to this. Like I remember I went to the red light district in Amsterdam, and I talked with one of those women on the other side of that glass, because I thought it'd be funny. Obviously, I didn't partake. Although I don't know. No, I wasn't a thing. But even then, I was like, I'm not messing around with a worker, if you know what I mean. But it was surprisingly reasonable rates, guys. And the cool thing is now I have this story to tell where it's like $50 for a BJ and 100, not $50, 50 euros. They do euros in Amsterdam. 50 euros for a BJ and 100 euros for full on. Surprisingly reasonable, guys, right? It's surprisingly reasonable. And I only have this story because I went and talked to one of them. What do you think influenced how your voice sounds? Voice accent? Uh, I sound. If you're talking about like the whole black people sound white video, then I sound this way because I used to read a lot. I still read a lot, but as a kid I read a lot, and so I pronounce words as they're spelled. And I grew up in an immigrant family, and my parents, they can speak English, but they can't speak it as well as I can. And the vocabulary is limited, as most immigrants' vocabulary is limited. So the way I learned words was by reading them, which is why sometimes I'll say words incorrectly, because that's how I read it as a kid, because I pronounced it out. And you know how the English words can be weird with like certain letters, and certain words are just pronounced differently from the standard. And so I'll say certain words weird because I read it. So that's what I would say. As far as like the tone, size helps. So my voice has gotten deeper over time as I put on some muscle and weight. And in the morning, my voice is like really deep because I'm tired and everything's just lower. But it's more like this right now. And then I can get really high too. And then also your voice and accent and stuff can change when you listen to it a lot. And so by editing a lot of these videos, but specifically editing podcast episodes, I've heard my voice enough that now I can control it. So like I can even do accents and voices like, you want to know how I got this far? My father was a drunk every night. And you can control it. So that's cool. What are the prices during COVID? Could you explain that one a little more? I'm not sure what you mean. Did I miss the context of that? I think I missed the context of that. If you could explain that. Question? What do you mean rose gold Cass? Question? Oh, no. Those weren't the prices during COVID. This was just before COVID, 2019. December 2019 is when I did a Euro trip. And that's what the prices were there. Probably with inflation, it's probably maybe 25 to 50% more, I would guess. But I don't know. But I just thought it was crazy low. 50 euros for a BJ. I don't know. That seems reasonable to me. I don't know how much it costs on the corner. Those of you who have any experience, please put it in the chat. Like, I don't know. I don't know this stuff. I don't partake. I don't know. I just don't. Like, that's probably less money you'll spend on than in a strip club. So yeah, after throwing a bunch of ones and stuff and entrance fees and all that, it's like you could get it. And it's a red light district. So it's weird seeing the girls in the glass. That's like as products. A BJ and waffle, 50 euros. Yeah, basically. You can just get some Nutella churros afterwards and you're good. It's just like, that's a great way to spend a night. Just like, here's the thing. I'm not recommending it, but if you want to, that's on you, man. What was your major in uni? It was mechanical and aerospace engineering. I ended up doing a double major, and I also minored in material science. I also did a master's degree in mechanical engineering, which, by the way, I don't use these degrees anymore. It's just a cool credential, I guess. But even then, I didn't even care about when I had the credential. A lot of people care too much about these pieces of paper, which sucks, because it's like, these are the hiring departments you got to get through. But I knew in college this was all BS. Obviously, I learned a lot of engineering. I learned a lot of physics and math and stuff like that. But I don't use any of it anymore, and I don't like how it's used as a way to gatekeep people out of certain things. So, yeah, that's what I studied. Engineering was my specialty. No bio, okay. Rose gold cast. So yeah, Amsterdam was weird. Amsterdam was really weird. Great perspective. Are you talking about the streetwalkers in Amsterdam? Sure. What do you do now? I just do whatever I want. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm meant to do, like finding my purpose kind of thing. If you're wondering how I'm able to afford this lifestyle, I saved up a lot of money working as an engineer, so I am living pretty comfortably. It's not a massive amount, but it's probably more than most people would ever think to have. And so I made dollars. I made like $1,500 off of TikTok or whatever. Nothing special, but essentially, yeah, I've just been experimenting with like different products and learning a bunch of things actually. So I dabble in software too, and so I actually taught myself how to code a little bit. And so like I build my own things, and now the question is, can I build something that other people want? And so that's the long-term play. Short-term play, I have some product ideas to help fund this podcast and maybe like increase the operations of this stuff. So that's what I've been experimenting with. And so those of you who know like the wallet stuff, I finally figured out packaging. Packaging is a big thing with product design. It makes something feel way more premium than what it actually is. And that's how you can get people to pay for it. Oh, and I also got, this is cool. You guys, those of you who've been here before, you guys know I talked about the wallet idea, selling wallets. I make thin and light wallets. This is my design. And I actually shared it with my fiance's dad. She came up with the idea of like giving it to him for Christmas. And I thought it was like, anytime you share something that you've made and you get a little self-critical about it because you're like, oh, I don't know if people are going to feel the same way as I feel. I think it's a good design. I wanted a thin and light wallet, so I actually designed this, and it uses a ripstop. This is a prototype. The final design actually looks even better, but and I wanted it sized specifically for American currency, so you can see it's as small as possible. And so I made one for my fiance's dad, and I was like, oh, he's probably not going to think much of it. And then like a couple days later after using it, he's like, yo, I can't believe this is an amazing design. This is an awesome wallet. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, dude, like you can sell this at like Saks Fifth or Macy's or something under a brand. I was just like, whoa, maybe I'm onto something here. So that's how nice these wallets are. An older guy actually admired the thing. So it's coming, guys. It's coming. But if you guys remember from like a couple weeks ago, I talked about money and giving you guys $2 bills in these wallets. Guess what came? $2 bills, guys. $2 bills. This is from the US Mint, guys. This is real money. It's uncut currency. Did you know you can buy uncut currency as a sheet? And so essentially I can cut them out and use them as bills. And this is literal money, guys. Literal money. And so I ordered these $2 bills. A lot of people like to order these for like Christmas presents to give it to people. So they're currently, I think, out of stock, but this is from the US Mint, ordered. And I want to include them as part of the product. So you get a $2 bill when you buy one of these wallets, which each of these $2 bills costs $4 a piece. So essentially it cost me $2, whatever. They charge you more than $2 for this. So this is technically, there are 16 of these bills, $2 a piece. This is worth $32. This thing is worth $32. And so technically I should be able to go anywhere to like some store or whatever and hand them this money. And they should accept it because it's legal money. But no one would because it looks like funny money. It looks fake. And so that's the idea. And I just got a printer so I can actually finish the packaging and the material that will go with it. And then I have some prototypes here. Different colors, guys. Different colors. Pretty cool. I also have red and gray too. I've been experimenting. So these are coming. It's coming, guys. I know I've been talking about this for so long. But finally I got this thing. this thing to work. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm working on. So in the near term, physical product design, but eventually I want to get into also software too. And that's the long-term play for this stuff. Like using this attention to like sell products I'm making or sell products that you guys are making too. So if you're working on something and you need some attention, you're coming out with this new body cream or like this hair product or whatever, come on the podcast. Let's talk about your journey and what you've discovered about this thing, why your stuff is better, and then give you a platform to share it. And then you can make some money off of this too. And then we can actually support each other. That's the long-term idea. And then use the money to work on cooler and interesting projects. Have you dabbled in crypto? No. I like crypto for the currency part. I want to use it as money. But the problem is it's a speculative asset. And so it's like, I don't see it that way. Until it stabilizes where it can actually be used as currency to exchange, that's the useful part of it. And I hope that day comes one day. But as far as investments and like asset stuff, it's like, that doesn't interest me at all. But it is a good way to like, if you know what you're doing in the crypto markets, to actually like make some money, I guess. Oh, nice. Okay. I know you study engineering, but do you think it is required to have math to study accounting? I don't think you need high level math to study accounting. Algebra probably will be good enough. Algebra 2 probably, just to be safe. Do you need to know calculus? I don't know if you need to know calculus. A lot of it's just balance sheets, right? Like you can even look this up. Generally accepted accounting practices, GAAP. Math level required. I'm looking this up for you right now. What level of math is necessary to obtain an accounting degree? Algebra. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what the top comment says, algebra. So this is Reddit. Hopefully that's useful for you. But all of it's just like understanding how to treat entries. Because there's all these different strategies and you want to be accurate. And there's all these different ways you can keep track of numbers and balance sheets and stuff like that. So that's what essentially accounting is. And then GAAP is generally approved accounting practices. So this is a way to make sure people aren't defrauding each other, because you can always like change numbers around to make it seem better or worse than it actually is. And the standard is a way for people to communicate these numbers in a honest way, or at least semi-honest way. So I want to be algebra, yeah. It requires some math, but many universities have an accounting degree. Yeah. So you're probably good. Algebra is probably all you really need to know. So yeah. It'd also be very cool to collaborate with some of you guys. If you guys have something interesting or cool or some special skill set that could be used to like in product design, or like a cool idea that you want to bring to life that there's demand out here for, it'd be cool to partner on this stuff. And like, I got tools. I can design stuff. I have a laser cutter. Probably considering even getting a 3D printer, which I used to have. It'd be cool. It's funny because I was better at calculus than algebra in school. Interesting. I don't know how that's possible, but interesting. Because calculus kind of depends on algebra a lot. The thing is, like, what people think of math, they think they're these like separate, distinct subjects, when in reality they build on each other. So like numbers, counting, the number line leads to graphs and leads to plotting, leads to lines, and then leads to curves, which then leads to like algebra and equations, and then graphing those equations. And then that leads to algebra 2, trigonometry, that builds on top of that in more complex ways. So maybe you think even like 3D graphs, or like areas underneath graphs, or over graphs, or inequalities and stuff like that, which finally culminates to calculus, where what if you graph things? What if you could find the instantaneous slope of a line, of a curve, right? Because you can calculate the slope of a line, that's rise over run, right? But what if you could, what about for a curve? finding the instantaneous slope. What is the slope at that specific point on a curve? That's when you get into like limits and stuff like that in calculus. So it all builds on each other. And so that's why, like, when people say they suck at math or whatever, you don't really suck at math. There was at some point in your math journey that there was some concept you didn't get, some concept that the teacher didn't bother explaining well or didn't explain well. And that's where that you got lost. And at that point, further on after that, everything became just memorization because you didn't understand that one thing, which all builds on each other. And so you don't really suck at math. You probably had a bad teacher who didn't make sure you learned one piece of the math journey that kind of messed you up later on. So, but it is interesting that you're able to learn calculus without algebra, or not do better at calculus than algebra. Or maybe you're better with the theoretical stuff. That might be a thing. If you were forced to live off the grid, could you build a workable water filtration system? I'd probably try to do rainwater. That'd probably be the easiest. Water filtration, that's kind of hard. I don't know much about it. If I could Google it, that'd be great. I have thought about like a remote, like living situation. Like if you wanted to build a house in the middle of nowhere, and right now with the technology we have, you could do it with like water, with plumbing and sewage, with heating, with electricity, with even internet too. Thanks to Starlink, you can actually have internet too, which I think are the basic 5 utilities you need. You need internet, electricity, water, heating, and sewage. Those are the things you need. If you can get all those 5, then you're good. And so the water could be a well. So you would have to be at a place that can have a water table, or maybe some sort of local water thing. I don't know if I'd want to do like a river or stream like that because, contaminants and stuff, but water table. Then you can have some sort of water filtration system installed in your house. Electricity, solar panels. That's what you would do. And probably solar panels. Heating could be electricity as well because you have the solar panels. Or you could do some sort of gas or something, or wood. Wood could be a way to heat up your home, using like a rocket mass heater to be more efficient with the heat distribution. Essentially, it's like this like contained fireplace kind of thing that traps the heat into like large cement or rock structures so that it can disperse it over time. Then sewage would be a septic tank in a leach field, which a lot of people already do. So that's not a new thing. And then finally, I said water, internet is Starlink. Yeah. So that's what you would do, I think. So it is possible. That's what I would say. I think it is possible. I'll buy a fireplace from the Amish. Yeah, the Amish know how to do it. I kind of admire the Amish, honestly. The way they live. It's something about like being self-sustaining that just appeals to me. Which I guess modern people can't live that way, but it would be cool to live that way. So, yeah. Do you think you could though? Do you think if you were forced to live off the grid, could you build a workable water filtration system? I don't know. What about you guys on TikTok? So, yeah. So it's interesting. I don't know. It'd be cool to work on like actually building a house and then paying for the design, the engineering, the architect and all that for a simple house design. So there's a guy actually who did this, who wanted to make a house, a portable house, and he managed to build this house for $100,000 closed in. This doesn't include the finishings of like the nice stuff that you would see, but basically sealed with a roof, walls, windows, everything. You can technically live in there, okay? Now it's not gonna have the nice things with like all the finishing details, the baseboards, the recessed lighting, all that stuff, but just closed in $100,000. It was a 3,000 square foot house. He was able to do it, and he did some tricks. There were some, and you can use math to make judgments on what would make sense to build a house optimally, right? So one of the big things, you save money by making it as close to a square as possible, because a square is the most efficient shape with 4 corners in terms of using the least amount of material with the most amount of internal space. So they did it based on the standard measurements of like drywall of wood and stuff. So it ended up becoming like a more longer rectangle, but try to get as close to a square as possible. He used windows that are standard windows that you can buy at a standard size. So they mass produce these things. Turns out a lot of windows are custom made like for your job, and that's what leads to the cost and the delays of actually installing these things and making them way more expensive. If you can just buy them off the shelf, that's what makes your design most efficient. So essentially that's what he did. He used the standard size window and just put a ton of them on a south facing wall to get as much sunlight into the house as much, because if you live in the northern hemisphere, facing the wall facing the south is going to get the most sunlight throughout the day. So that's what he did. And then obviously using standard truss designs for your roof and simplifying all that, then you can literally get a house far more affordable. Is stained glass windows often ordered? I don't think so. So did you ever consider being a doctor while you're in school? Do I look like a doctor? No, I didn't consider it while I was in school, but I've considered it now. I've considered it because I think it'd be cool to like shake up the medical industry. And I think the best way to shake stuff up is by being a part of it first, so you can understand it from the inside. And so maybe in another life, or maybe later on in life, I'll go to medical school because I think it'd be cool, just for the sake of learning. I like learning, but it'd be, you give a doctor, but I don't know why people think that. I did joke that maybe I should get a lab coat and like pretend to be a doctor and just give bad diagnosis, but obviously be honest about it and just be like, I'm not a real doctor, but I'll try to diagnose you. Nope, I would use my sock and mason jar. In my hotel, all the windows above the front door have stained glass windows with house numbers. Yeah. It's like anytime you need custom work when it comes to construction, it's gonna cost way more. It's not even like a small incremental cost, it's dramatically more. Anytime you, and this is true for anything essentially, like if you're making anything or building anything, like having your stuff use standard parts is far, far more affordable than having to custom make it. Custom is where it gets expensive. And so like this is, in engineering school, you can design stuff and all this stuff, you can draw it in CAD and all this, but like the real art in engineering is using things that already exist in new and interesting ways, or at least limiting a lot of the new things you have to create. Like you shouldn't have to recreate the screw. You shouldn't need a special type of screw with a certain special pitch for your application. That's just bad design, because you have to order the parts special, and then replacement parts are going to be impossible to get. So the art in engineering is being able to use things that already exist. That's the real art. And in construction, I think that's true as well. Using mass-produced parts to create the designs that you want. And this is where compromise comes in, and judgment, and being able to make things work and fit. And I think that's the real art. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong here. But yeah, standard parts. I also have radical ideas where like, forget cabinets. Like cabinets are expensive. Why do we have rooms for our dishes with doors and everything and handles? Why? It's like, I can understand if like dust is an issue, but houses don't have a dust problem anymore, especially modern houses. If they're sealed well, they're not going to have those issues. So instead, what if you just had it as open shelving? Those are far easier to install, far simpler, and you can treat your dishes as art pieces. So now you can be more selective about what kind of cookware you use, because you know they're going to be on display. I also like the fact that it makes the kitchen far more functional, because you don't have to open these doors to figure out where everything is. It's all there in sight. And this is a whole like workspace organization type thing where you're able to see where everything is at a glance. And so that's my radical position on kitchens. On kitchens, redesigns, screw cabinets, no more cabinets, guys. And I kind of want to make that house. Happy New Year to you too, Nikki. He gives off engineer vibes too. Yeah. I was formerly an engineer, mechanical design engineer. Is a rock house more expensive than one with 2x4 walls? I don't know. I guess it depends on your region, like what's accessible, because that's also a big, it's a big deal. That determines a lot of the cost. So if you live near a cement plant, it's probably way more affordable to pour your foundation and pour your walls too. But there has to be a company or some sort of contractor in that area who can do the job. And so if there isn't one, but I would imagine if there is a cement a cement factory near you, then or concrete factory near you, then I would imagine there would be a lot of contractors who do that type of work as well. Whereas if you're like somewhere where like near a logging company, then wood is probably way cheaper, and so you can do stuff like that. So there's a quarry about 2 miles away. Oh, okay, yeah, definitely look into that. And then also consider like the region. So if it's earthquake prone, then certain structures are not going to be feasible. Specifically like concrete. So concrete is strength. It's very strong in compression. So applying a force to it, but it's very poor in tension or even shear not so much either. Essentially, like that's why they have to reinforce concrete when it's like these complex structures that have to take some tension. And think about a house with walls that might have to like move, and think about like the walls being a piece of chalk. You can compress a piece of chalk really hard and not break it, but as soon as you snap it, it snaps pretty easily. So that's the problem with like concrete. And so maybe the future of like construction is like a combination of like concrete and flexible materials. And so that's what the advantage of like stick builds are, basically wood. Let's see. I've seen videos of metal shipping containers used to make livable spaces. Yeah, there's some nuance there though. That's the thing. Shipping containers are designed specifically to transport goods. They're not designed for windows, to have windows. And so if you actually look into the design of these, they have to reinforce every part they cut out. Because think about shipping containers and their walls, they're like zigzag. Think of them like corrugated cardboard, right? And that's why corrugated cardboard, the kind of things that boxes are made out of, are strong enough to be able to hold things and also withstand some damage during shipping. But as soon as you cut holes into it, you are compromising the structural integrity in a big way. And that's essentially what's happening in these shipping containers. So they look cool. But as soon as you start cutting holes into it, you are compromising the structural integrity of the thing, which is why they end up having to reinforce those openings and actually reinforcing the entire shipping container, which then makes it cost prohibitive. It doesn't actually save you money. It actually costs money to do the job of reinforcing these things and putting windows and doors and all that stuff. So if it was just a box with no perforations in it, then it would be a very economical way of living. But you're gonna put windows in it because people don't want to live in dark boxes. So that's the problem with those things. So they're not as affordable as you think they are, which sucks. But I mean, if you want to get completely radical and be like, you know what, we're not going to even have windows, we're just going to put like 4K TVs on the walls to simulate windows. That's extreme. But people like natural sunlight, and there might be some fire code issues with that. Would you say you're an introvert or extrovert? Definitely an introvert, for sure. I know I do these live streams, I'm talking a lot, but to me, this feels like I'm just talking I'm talking to myself. I just see myself on camera, and I'm just looking at the comments here, looking at the comments here. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, by the way, if you guys want a slightly better stream, I guess, or horizontal view. But yeah, I'm an introvert. Cool. North Carolina, I'm good. Okay. I used to live near Kahlua volcano. Now I'm good here in North Carolina. Yeah, volcanoes are a thing. I'm an introvert as well. Yeah, I also made a video about introverts. Like, it's cool to call yourself an introvert now. Did you guys notice that? Like, everyone wants to say they're an introvert when they're not an introvert, and I guess it's a cool thing to say. And so, like, all these extroverts who like going out on weekends, who like partying, who like hanging out with people, are pretending like they're this different thing when they're not. And it is what it is. My sister and I talk about this all the time because she's an introvert too. But it's like people want to call themselves introverts when they're not. It's okay to like people, guys. It's okay to like people. I'm gathering all my info for my own custom house. Yeah. Yeah. I think I remember you saying that. You've been here before. Yeah. So that's yeah, it'd be cool to build. And here's the thing: if I do build my own house, I want to do it with my own hands. Like actually, like I kind of want to do. I've been leaning towards structurally insulated panels. Essentially, it's a thick piece of foam, like 8 inches to 12 inches of that kind of pink foam you see at Home Depot. But then on either side is what do they call it? Sheathing, like the plywood. It's not plywood. It's damn, whatever the word is called. It's like 3 letters. You guys know what I'm talking about. But basically, it's oriented strand board, OSB. Oriented strand board. Basically, it looks like plywood, but it's not plywood. You know, the ones, there you go, thank you. OSB, yeah. And they glue them on there, and then basically it becomes like one unit, and it becomes like Lego pieces. And then you can put these together along the walls, build a wall like that. And so you could put up, once the design is right and put it together, and you know all the pieces are gonna fit, and then they can cut them all out and make them, then you could basically put up the house in a day. Or a couple days or something. You do need a crane, which is unfortunate. I was thinking like, what if you could use pulleys or levers or something like that to make it work? But that's one way to do it, and I think that'd be pretty cool. Do you see any good uses to bioengineer food? So far, I've only seen negative commentary when it comes to KFC or Popeyes injecting chickens with hormones to get a meatier breast or thigh. Yeah, I mean, bioengineering food to yield higher agricultural production is good for solving world hunger, you know. Unfortunately, that's what it might take. And that's essentially why we have a more abundant food now than ever before, is because of bioengineered food. Which, I mean, there's also a downside to it. Nassim Taleb talks about this, like GMOs and the dangers of it, because you're creating unwanted fragilities in the system. Because, like, what do they say about a banana? All bananas are essentially the same. They're clones of each other. Which means that if there's ever some sort of like viral outbreak of something that ruins this type of banana, they're all gone. They're all gone. And so it introduces this fragility, as he says, that by not having biodiversity because of bioengineered food. Because it turns out, like, this is true for content, this is true in anything, like, it's only a small percentage that get all the rewards, and this is also true in biology as well. Like, the advantages one particular genetic type of something, turns out dominates in a big way above all the others, and so it becomes the only player. And so you can see how that can possibly compromise the food system if everything's just a certain version of that type of food. And so there's risk here. But people don't think about those things. So I'm still working my way through the book, but it's an interesting way of looking at it. Like, you're introducing fragility and risk in our food supply by bioengineering food and making all food essentially the same. Or certain types of food. It's kind of crazy. OSB, what's the wind shear rating though? I don't know. A lot of formaldehyde in OSB. Yeah, definitely got to look into the health aspects of that. That's bad. I've seen increase in estrogen dominance. What is your stance on stem cells used for medical research? Stem cells. I don't know. Aren't stem cells like the basically transformers of cells? They can just turn into whatever. It depends on where the origins of the stem cells are coming from. If they're embryos, that's kind of, you know. The extroverts know how much damage they cause and are trying to switch sides. Hey, yeah, that's funny. Coming in late. Thanks for sharing. I don't know. Thanks for being here, man. I that's the thing. I don't schedule these things, so I just appreciate anyone's here in the first place. Like, I just come on, and you guys are willing to stay and listen and have a conversation with me. So I appreciate you guys dealing with my flexibility and inconsistency here. And I missed last week too. So I feel like I got to make up for that. But yeah, stem cells can make parts of your body bigger. Is that like HGH? Because I think human growth hormone. Because I've heard people, I've never done any PEDs or juice or whatever, but I heard people who get on human growth hormone to like really, obviously the bodybuilding stuff, it also makes your organs bigger, which means your body only has a limited amount of space. And so like it makes your heart bigger, it makes your liver bigger, it makes everything bigger, which might be a problem. I don't know. What's the main purpose of your channel? Don't have one, man. I don't even know. We talk about anything and everything. It's just a homies podcast, sort of like this live stream where we talk about anything. The conversation can go anywhere, but somehow yet flows. It's a weird thing. I haven't quite been able to describe what this is, but I just explore a bunch of ideas and try to share it with people about anything. And sometimes they'll be interesting, sometimes they won't. And it just is what it is. It's a vibe. You either like my personality and the kind of conversations we have, or you don't. And that's essentially what I've been doing here. It's not the strategy I would recommend you take if you want to grow an audience on social media, but somehow I've pulled off a little bit of success on this. So that's what this is, David. I know this probably didn't answer your question, but you're welcome to stay and enjoy the time here if you want. Better. Some guy used it to make a part of him bigger. What part of him bigger? What part of him bigger did he make, Joshua? I think we're all curious. Yo, if anyone makes that, here's the problem. Let's think about this. If anyone figures out a way to make your Johnson bigger using stem cells or whatever, people are going to take it to the extreme. People cannot help but go further and further. So it's just going to get longer and longer. And then to the point of absurdity, where it's literally going to be like, oh my God, I can't even think about it. But you cannot trust people with like the option to like enhance parts of their body, because they will always go too far. There will always be people who go too far. I really want to get into regenerative medicine research. Oh, well, what are you studying? What are you studying, Chloe? Have you started the podcast? What do you mean? Like the podcast for this page? Yeah, we still publish episodes. I published an episode last week. Or the week before, actually. Invited someone who DM'd me on Instagram, and he always wanted to start a podcast. I was like, come on our podcast, let's talk. It was actually a really, that's not what I'm saying, Joshua. Yeah, okay. But I'm just saying that's an interesting idea. But as far as the podcast, yeah, it was a really cool episode. It was a young guy from the DMV, actually Northern Virginia, Nova, and we talk about the DMV. He clarifies what exactly defines the DMV. It's anywhere the metro line goes. And we ended up talking about music, rapping, this kind of stuff he does, bad drivers. We even talked about like international conflicts where he's Cameroonian. I think that's how you say it. And we're like comparing it to some of the other world conflicts that people get obsessed about these days, and how people just ignore things that they're not seeing, and how it's all fake, a lot of the news that we're seeing, or it's all propaganda. And it's just like this, the lives where the conversation could go anywhere, that's how the podcast is. And you can find it on any podcasting app or feed. Just search Table Moments Podcast and you'll find it. Sometimes the audio isn't great because the guests are either in a noisy room or they're just using their AirPods wherever they are. I try to make it work and I try to clean it up, but even the older episodes, I've edited all the podcast episodes to be timeless, okay? At least as best as I could. So they're not topical. They're not like, oh, look what's happening in the news. We try to avoid that. And so you should be able to listen to any episode. And if you're a walker or you like commuting a lot, listen to an episode and see if you like it. And then report back and let me know what you like or don't like. You honestly have the charisma and knowledge to be a successful content creator? At this point, probably, yeah. I kind of want to give the game for free, though. A lot of people have been DMing me from Instagram, seeing my videos, admiring it. I even had a call with somebody who asked to have a phone conversation. He teaches things about the Black experience at a university level, and we spent 40 minutes talking about what he could do and how he could form the stuff and make maybe similar videos or things specific to him. And I've had other people just DM me yo, how do you make your videos? How do I get started? All that stuff. So I think I'm gonna have to make a video series that I will share with you guys. Anyone who's interested in being a content creator, I'll share all the stuff I've learned over the last couple of years of doing this stuff. Which, by the way, Chloe, I did not start off this way, knowing and the charisma and being comfortable. Like even the live streaming, I started that last year, the year before. So about a year and a half ago, I started live streaming, and it was hard for me. It was hard for me, as it would be hard for anybody. But I just stuck with it. I made a goal. I made a commitment to myself, live stream once a week, every Sunday, and gotten to a point like now we're at 2 hours of streaming, and I'm still going strong. So that's what I'm doing. Are you on IG right now? And what platform are you using right now? Yes, we're on IG. Table.moments on IG. Grew a lot over the last few weeks. It's a crazy amount. I think we might grow past 50,000, but hopefully by the end of this week. It'd be really cool if we could cross 50,000. But I'm active on a lot of platforms, specifically YouTube, TikTok. No, not even YouTube. Mostly TikTok and Instagram right now. YouTube every now and then. And I do these live streams, so this is how I'm active on YouTube, essentially. And Twitch, I live stream on Twitch. I've been more active on Threads lately for some of the ideas and stuff I share. You guys know the energy I give here. I'm giving it there too. And then experimenting with, I'm all over the place, man. Dude, I lack focus is what I would say. Jessica's here, guys. I am good, Jessica. Happy New Year to you too. I'm completing my second bachelor's degree in neuroscience. I already have a bachelor's in biology. Oh, nice. Neuroscience is an interesting one. Hope you have a good night. Yeah, you too. Rumble, I'm not on Rumble. I should be. It's just like, yo, I'm a one-man band, guys. Like, I'm doing it all by myself. Eventually, it'd be cool to be active everywhere. And the funny thing is, I actually built an app to help me post on multiple platforms, but I haven't updated the code in like a year, so it's probably broken. And all these, here's the thing, all these social platforms are constantly updating their APIs, essentially the way you connect with their software. And so it's like keeping up with it is kind of a pain. And so I just chose to focus on Instagram and TikTok lately. What streaming software are you using to go to YouTube and Twitch? StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard. Eventually I want to use OBS, but I mean, this was a simple and easy way to do this. And unfortunately, like the camera I normally use, which is my nice EOS RP full frame camera, is for whatever reason not connected to my computer after an update. So I'm like using this webcam here, whatever. But hopefully this looks good for you guys. It looks good on StreamYard, but I don't know what the YouTube stream after like downscaling or whatever happens. So yeah, Jose, I got a resolution for you though. If you're watching, let's see if you're still here. Yeah, no, different Jose. Jay Lindo Jr. If you were here, you should start making comedy content. It really kills on Instagram, dude. It kills on Instagram. It's crazy. So. Also, the style of the video I want to make for like showing, I want to make it a video course. At least that's the initial idea of showing you guys all the stuff I've learned. For those of you, I think it's worth it because if you work in any professional sense or you're like one of those people who end up having to buy Google ads or whatever to promote your business or what you're working on or your profession, turns out just being good at social media means you're good at advertising too. I didn't realize it, but essentially I was learning how to make ads by doing this stuff, how to capture someone's attention and keep it for 30 to 60 seconds. That's essentially what you're doing. It's 1080p on YouTube and it's clean. Awesome. Good to hear. Good to hear. Because I mean, it's just a webcam, but I'm glad it's good. So I want to make a video series, and most people would charge for this stuff, but I think information should be free. It's just now I have to like write the scripts out, record the videos, and then edit the videos, create the playlists, and then put together a place where people can get it, and then capture emails. And I think the emails is the thing that I get out of this, because you know these platforms could kick me off tomorrow. Like I know I'm playing a rigged game, I know it, and you know how censorious a lot of these platforms are, which is why I think you mentioned Rumble here, GZ. So Uh, this is funny. It looks like you're looking down on us like God. Yeah, I don't know. It's not the intent. It's just the desk is just where I could put it right now. But it's funny. Like God. I'm in is the goat. I appreciate it, Joshua. I appreciate it. Yo, I think we could build something really awesome here. I think we could build something really awesome, connecting all these because I think we're all weird in our own special ways, and it'd be cool to build a community where we can all just thrive together. And we're all edgy. We don't take life too seriously. We can, especially, I got to give credit to the women who enjoy my content and just even being here, because you guys are a special type of woman, because I think the average woman gets super offended by things, and you guys know I've cracked so many jokes here and non-serious stuff, but sometimes I keep it real too. Sometimes, ladies, you got to hear some stuff that maybe you don't like hearing, but it's honest and it's true. And despite that, you guys are still here, and so I think you guys are a special class of ladies. And then dudes here, you guys are just, yeah, you guys are also very interesting and passionate. And you know what? I also noticed the stuff that you guys are working on, or the professions you guys have, you guys are smart people. Look at you, Chloe over here, degree in biology and getting your second degree in neuroscience. What? And Joshua, if I remember correctly, you work as a scientist, if I remember correctly. And I'm just yo, we're actually building some high IQ audience here, dude. It's really cool. It's really cool. And it's funny because I also have another page where I just share my thoughts on business creative stuff, content creative stuff, and then also software stuff, where I seem to be attracting black engineers, weirdly enough. And the cool thing is that it could basically act as a way to have sort of Afro tech, but just year round, where if we can build a large enough audience there of black engineers or people of color, of engineers or whatever, which is what it's naturally attracting, then maybe this could be a place that recruiters can come. They can reach out to the account and be yo, we're looking to increase the diversity of whatever, which is essentially what they do when they go to Afro tech, but that only happens once a year. So instead, what if they came DM'd yo, we have some postings, could you post it on the socials? It'd be cool to hook people up with jobs, and then at the same time, if they compensated us for sharing it with, and then we can feed the money back in. I think that'd be pretty cool. If a loved one passed away, how would you feel about adding their social media into ChatGPT or other AI to essentially keep them alive using responsive algorithms? That's an interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. I don't know. I've even thought about taking all the content I've put out here through live streams and podcasts and videos, and essentially it's going to capture my personality. So if I ever die, which is a cool thing about having content out here, you can always see my loved ones can see me. They can see me. But I don't know how I don't know. It's an interesting one. I'm not going to write it off, but yeah, that's a good comment though. Let me catch up with these comments here. On TikTok, it's just like learning for real. Yeah. What about them aliens? The USA whistleblower says they got ships and parts of non-human biologics. I don't know. I don't trust the government whenever they tell us stuff. Usually they drop it when there's some major thing happening in government that they don't want us to focus on. That's what gets me all suspicious about it. Jordan says, it's because you're cute. Duh. Interesting. Cute. Joshua, because you're toxic. Yeah, I know. That's why some of the ladies like it, because I'm toxic. It's weird. Women don't listen to unattractive men say offensive things. They cancel them. Interesting take. Interesting take. Yes, sir. Yo, Jordan's going off. Yeah, she is. Women can do more than look at if a guy is attractive. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I hesitate to ask you guys to rate me. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. I do think you're cute too. Oh, thanks. Kind of sad, but it's heartfelt and sweet. You want your loved ones to see your face online. Yeah, I think that's, or at least get a chance to, how they have those picture frames that you can put photos or videos on? What if it's like a AI thing and you've put enough content out there that your voice, like my voice is all over the internet now, through podcasts, through this, through the videos. And so like an AI should be able to capture my voice accurately and the speech patterns I have. And then if in the event I do die, and let's say I do have kids, they can always listen to it, and maybe it can even like, it's a large language model, right? And so it should be able to piece information together the way I would, at least based on all the content I've put out there. And so maybe it can still give them the advice that I would normally give without me being there. So that's interesting. I have to think about it more. I don't want to write it off immediately. If dude lied, he's going to prison though. It was under oath. A lot of people are under oath who never go to prison. Have you guys heard of Hunter Biden? Like, plenty of people in the FBI lie all the time. What's his name? Fauci lied on the stand, under oath, in front of Congress. Like, yeah, no one's going to jail. If you're on the right side, if you're protected, you're fine. You can lie to Congress directly to the faces, no problem. You said that you have a business? Yeah. You should send personalized video message to your loved ones, like a monthly message from Ayman. No, that's what these live streams are. My dad watches these live streams. He watches the replay, which I had no idea, but it's like one of his favorite things. I had no clue. It's just funny because like you guys know how I go off and I go all over the place with this stuff, but my dad watches these and he really enjoys it. So I don't need to. I'm essentially doing it. I do it once a week. Once a week, they get a few hours of me and everything that's going on in my life. So it's cool. When did Hunter Biden lie under oath? Wasn't he interviewed by the FBI? Maybe it wasn't Hunter Biden. Someone in the Biden family, I presume. Or maybe they just avoided it all. I don't know, Hillary Clinton. I don't know. All these politicians, man, I just don't, whenever they're under oath. I don't think many cared when the U.S. talked about evidence of UFOs at all. They try to make people care. And I think it was sort of like a distraction. I mean, anytime you see one of these weird stories that it's like, why are people talking about it? Like when the submarine stuff, the billionaires in the submarines, the alien story, anything that just seems like, why do people care about this? Understand it's probably a cover up for something else. It's a misdirection. It's a trick. Okay, that's true. No, the live streams, not the live stream, something separate. Okay. Don't pass it off. Think about it. I'll think about it. Who would I send these videos to though? Like my immediate family? The submarine stuff was interesting. I don't know. It's just like, it's a failed submarine, experimental submarine. I don't know if there's much to talk about. It's very scary. Imagine getting a call from mom or dad, but you know they passed away, but the algorithm reads your post and know they are people who inspire you, so the algorithm have them call you for encouragement. I don't know. It would be weird in the beginning. I would expect it to be because people are just not used to that kind of interaction with like loved ones who are dead. But I don't know. Like it's a crazy thought that people would be staring at these rectangular devices in their pockets, but people are used to it now. Do you have another audio device, like using a dynamic mic? I got this thing going on. That's what you're hearing. I just don't like showing it on cam. Oh, this is for TikTok. This is for TikTok. 2 mics, unfortunately. I don't have a stream key to make this work yet for TikTok. Maybe the cover up has gone so long that when it's real in our faces, it's harder to accept because it seems too easy. Probably, yeah. But Congress does seem to be fast tracking UFO access to themselves. Yeah. I don't know. That's the thing with like Congress. Anytime I watch these congressional hearings, man, I'm just like, what? I lose faith in our politicians because they always sound dumb. A lot of them sound dumb. They're also incredibly boring because they have to follow Robert's Rules of Order, essentially like congressional rules and whatever. It's like, I will not yield my time. I will not yield. It's just like, whatever, dude. They're like children, guys. They're like children, but they're grown old people. I don't know. I just do not like people in government at all. I'm sure your parents, siblings, friends, and your fiance would appreciate that you take time to give us each a little bit of time. A keepsake? Interesting. Your dad sends videos to your dad. You know he's gonna watch this, right? The mic is right there. This mic is for TikTok. This mic is what you're hearing on YouTube. Just down. Yeah. The mic is right there. Yeah. So, do you think there should be an age limit to become a politician? I don't think so. I mean, like there is an age limit, like an upper bound. Like there is a lower bound for sure. Congress, I think, is 25. President is like 35, I think. Correct me on that if I get it wrong, but upper bound, maybe because like imagine like when these roles, people did not live as long as they did when the founding of this country and when all these rules were made, these laws were made. And so if you think about it, like the mental deterioration that can happen when you get older. Like look at what's happening to Biden right now. Like it's rough. It's rough to watch. It's just like, bro, he doesn't even know where he is. He doesn't know where he is. And yet this guy got elected by like 80 something million people. Like, yo, that's crazy. And so we don't even know who's running the country right now. I feel sorry. I feel sorry for it's elder abuse, guys. And I mean that literally. It is. I feel sorry for the guy. And he has to stay there because, like, you know, how people feel about Trump. So they're like, oh man, we can't jeopardize Trump coming back. So they're going to their best shot is just keeping him because he won once, you know? What? The mics are like the hair lie? No, they're not. Stop, Joshua. Do you edit these live streams down into a podcast or do you just upload them to your podcast distributor? No, the podcast is a separate thing. It's a separate recording audio that I edit, which is why I don't publish episodes as frequently. And usually I try to get a guest on. I'm doing a lot here, man. So the live streams are just live streams that you can only see on YouTube. And if I hit the replay button on Twitch, you can see it. But essentially you only see them on YouTube. But the podcast, the audio is specifically audio only. When we record it, we don't turn cameras on. It's literally just audio, specifically on purpose, because it's a different thing when you're having a conversation without cameras versus with cameras. When you can see each other, people talk in a visual way, and that affects the content. And that takes you out of it when people are talking about, oh, you know, describing something visually, or when they're talking about something with the mind of that other people can see it too. It takes away from the listener. So specifically, the podcast is a separate thing that we do with guests. And the feed is a separate thing. So if you like podcasts, you might actually enjoy it. The latest episode, we had some issues with audio quality, but if you go further back, you might enjoy some of those. Just so everyone knows, he's not really bald. Yes, I am. This is bald. This is bald mostly. Now I got to shave because it's like here it's bald. Around here it's not. And that's true for most people, Joshua. Man. Let's see. I hope it's real. They're friendly. He's referring to aliens, I think. The language the whistleblower used implied that we downed their craft even after they knew they weren't us. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like a lot of it, I don't know. I have a hard time trusting things that I see. Like another video idea I came up with was explaining how I attended a white supremacist party or an alt-right party, essentially. At least that's how the news reported it. But when I was there, I did not have that experience at all. And it was plenty of people of color there. It was a party, 2017, I think, Night for Freedom. Mike Cernovich hosted a party in New York City. I went and I met a lot of people of color. I was there and met people from all around the country and even the world. But when it was reported in the news, what did they report it as? Just alt-right, white supremacist, whatever. And I wrote a script for it to explain, like, when the news involves you or something you were a part of, you realize how fake the news really is. And I got a chance to experience that. It was crazy. Like, and the violence that came from the protesters who thought it was something that it wasn't. And one guy actually got his head cracked in, hospitalized. One guy's in jail right now because of it. It's crazy. And this is all fueled by fake news. People have no clue. If someone says they believe in aliens, do you take them seriously? What if the same people say they believe God is watching them? Yeah, I mean, if they believe aliens, they believe aliens. I mean, I don't know. I don't see the proof for it. If someone says God, like, I mean, I believe in God, so I think we have that in common, but I'm not going to take him more or less seriously. Essentially, this is all just our personal experiences. And I mean, in the grand scheme of things, what you personally believe about like deities and like aliens and stuff like that, it's like, it doesn't affect your life believing aliens generally. It's not like you're going to live your life that much differently. Although I've recently had a spiritual experience that kind of like solidifies the God thing for me. So, but I know other people might not have had it or won't or can't take that kind of thing seriously. So it's like me trying to explain God to someone who's never had like a spiritual experience before. I would sound just as crazy. And so knowing that, I can empathize like from that point of view too. If you have to shave, then you're not bald. Trust me, I'm a shaver. Stay tuned to your conviction. Come on, guys. Are you bald, David? You look like you might be bald, David. You might look like you might be bald. If you have to shave, you're not bald. Whatever. So yeah, interesting, guys. Clearly, Joshua has a full head of hair because he doesn't know the struggle of having to shave the remaining hair. Bald doesn't mean you have no hair. It just means you're mostly bald. You're like, your hair does not grow. Does not grow here. Doesn't grow. So, did your spiritual experience involve ayahuasca or shrooms? No, it did not. That's the cool thing about it. It didn't use any substances. It was a spiritual experience without substance, which is what kind of validates the whole God thing for me. It's crazy. It's crazy, guys. Like, I don't know if I want to get into it because it's still a little tender. But yeah, and it kind of changes the way I experience the world now a little bit. Because like, I don't even care to curse anymore. If you've noticed, like I don't care to curse anymore. Like even certain things I don't want to do anymore. And even the type of content I want to make now, I used to be very edgy, very edgy and like aggressive with the content I was making. And I don't even want to do that anymore. It's like, I don't know, it's like a personality change almost. This is what my girl says. And it's been good for us too. She's basically got it. She's with a different guy now, essentially. Full afro. No, full afro. My hair does not grow as it once did in the days of my youth. I can relate. Yeah, exactly. Just hit the subscribe on YouTube. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank goodness you were toxic in capital letters, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna crack jokes. I'm gonna try to be fun. I'm just not gonna be so rude, as people say. Rude. Great smile. Appreciate it, Chloe. Your fiance is lucky. Yeah, we're both lucky. But maybe she's a little more lucky. See, that's the toxic part. I feel like it's still a little in me. But it is interesting. Yeah, I mean, like if it was old me, if I had read that comment, like your fiance is lucky, I would be like, damn straight she is, right? But now I'm just like, yeah, we're both lucky. I don't know. I am worried that I'm losing my edge here, guys. Blessed, yes. Thank you for the correction, David. I am blessed. That is a great correction. Very, very great. Yeah, it's like I have to reframe a lot of the things I think now. I've been reading the Bible a lot lately too. Yo, the Bible is a great book. Have you guys read it? Yo, it's wild, man. It's wild. I'm not trying to turn this into like a religious thing, podcast or stream, whatever, but I don't know, just from like a life lessons type of thing and how there's answers for pretty much everything in there. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy. I don't expect you guys to be of faith or anything like that, but it's just very interesting. Oh no, don't be like Simone Biles' husband calling himself the Catch. I mean, isn't Simone Biles like 4 foot something? If she's 4 foot something, like, How could... Did he say he's the catch? I like the confidence. I like the confidence. Guys need to be confident. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, ladies. The world tells men you're nothing. Okay, you're not impressive. We suck. All the commercials depict it this way. Dads are all these bumbling idiots. They can't figure out how to use a paper towel. They don't know how to clean a kitchen. All this stuff. And like women have to come in and rescue because they're just incompetent fools, right? And so like the world is constantly telling us we suck. The world. And so in order for men to understand, have some self-confidence here, sometimes they have to overplay it. I'm cool with that. Are you guys cool with that? I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Yes, he did. This video went viral and caused controversy. It's fake controversy. I got controversy on one of my videos. I get controversy on all my videos. Like, it doesn't mean much. Controversy, guys. Controversy. If your fiance says, let's go out to dinner, does that absolve you from picking the check? Or does that mean, hey, take me out and pay even though I asked to go out? I try to take a more old school approach. Like, I pay most of the time. When she says, let's go out to dinner, she'll suggest something, but I mean, I don't care that. I'm not the kind of guy who can pick out restaurants and like whatever. So I try to pick up the check whenever I can, and sometimes she pays, but most of the time I pay. That's just how I run, I guess. It's not even like a balanced thing or whatever. I don't, it's not like we're even keeping tally. Like she buys things all the time. She buys the groceries, whatever that, and so we eat. So it's like, it's not even like that. Look at the world when men didn't think they suck though. Was it awesome? I think it was pretty cool. I mean, things just worked. Obviously you can talk about like the gender, whatever stuff, but I think I don't know. It's just the mocking of one gender at the expense of the other is not something I think I want to be a part of anymore. Like both have their merits and both have their shortcomings. But it turns out commercially it makes sense to focus on women being better because it's easier to sell to them. That's why most marketing dollars are spent towards marketing to women. This is why ads are framed the way they are. Which is unfortunate, but that's just how it is. Women spend way more than men do, way more. And so that's where the easy money is, and that's why the marketing is spent that way, and that's why it's structured the way it is. The medium is the message, as they say. Is that the new you paying? What would be the old you do? No. I always did. I take an old school approach with this stuff. That's just always been me. I don't care too much about money like that. And she's with me. I like to treat people who are with me well. Like even when I'm hanging out with my boys, like even when I was hanging out with friends or whatever, like I don't mind picking up the tab. It's like we're friends. What else am I gonna use this money for? I'm not I'm not the type of guy who wants to like, I don't know, like splitting the bill and like calculating how much everyone owes. It's just like, we're friends, man. You'll get me next time. That's how I feel about it. So if it's like with one of my boys or whatever, or like one of my friends from back home, we're going out, I'm just like, I got it. What do you want from In-N-Out, bro? I got you. It's like, and it's like, all right, I got you. And then next time you'll get me, whatever. With my girl, it's just like, she's my girl, guys. Like, yeah, I take care of what's mine. She's mine, guys. She's mine. That's how I feel. And yeah, so I take care of my girl. At least I try my best to. It was awesome for men. Yeah, it was. And most men didn't read and don't read. Yeah, it was a different time. So many guys insist on going 50-50 on dates, LOL. Well, I mean, they're giving you exactly what the messaging is out here. For women, you know, we're equal, whatever. It's like, what do you think was going to happen? It's like, if the messaging, and here's the thing, ladies, if you don't want this to represent you having to split the bill and independent woman stuff, then you have to change it. You have to change it and be like, no, I like being a kept woman. I like being taken care of. I like not having to worry about what the bill's going to be because he got it. If you want it to be that way, then make sure the messaging is that way, or at least when you're selling yourself or when you're going out on dates. I wouldn't say it would be a great way to sell yourself and just be like, I like it when a man pays for things, but there's a compromise here. There's a compromise here. Like, I will try to pay most of the times when we go out. Sometimes I don't know. And when she cooks way more than I do, and she feeds us. And so like it's a mutually beneficial thing. I don't know why we have to like cheapen it with like tallying and just like everything has to be like measured perfectly, like 50-50. I don't know. I've just never been that kind of guy. Just tell them from the jump what I expect, lol. Yeah. You have to be careful how you say it too, because like if you tell a guy, yeah, I expect the guy to whatever, it can come off a certain way. But I'm sure you're more careful about how you tell yourself or sell yourself, essentially. Which women don't have to sell themselves, men do, and that's the difference. Um, so not it's just how I am, whatever. If you don't take L's, you'll never learn. Fire. Yeah. Thank you. You found the Instagram. Yeah. Or the YouTube. Yeah. I posted on YouTube too. Yeah. So I come up with these ideas through my own experience, my life experience, and some of the things I've done. And I try to share the lessons with you guys. And that's what I've been able to do with social media. Jordan says, I like being a kept woman with exclamation point. Raise his hand like, hey, daddy, can I get my nails done? Puppy dog eyes. It's like, yeah, I got you, lady. Go ahead. And then text me which colors you're deciding and I'll choose the final one. And do it. You could do that with the girls, guys. Did you know that? You could do that. Like, you can tell her, it's like, I like it when you wear that. Let's wear that when we go out. And she's like, oh, but he's like, no, wear that. It looks good on you. You can be my sugar baby for the night. You can do that with girls, guys. The girl you're dating, you're intimate with, bro, you can have so much fun with it. And they enjoy it too. They enjoy it. They can really lean into it. Yeah, here you go, Chloe. Yes, you can do that. You can do that. And so it's like, you can tell her what to wear. You can tell her, yeah. And it's all fun. It's all romantic and it's all like, I don't know. I feel like the modern theory of dating and the way people are is just like, it kills romance, which is unfortunate because like, man, it's fun. It's fun when you can just be like, I don't know. Yeah, it's fun. Are you also live on TikTok now? Yeah, I am. I have that right here. You can see the edge of the phone right there. That's TikTok right there. And that's what this microphone's for. Yeah. So I'm reading comments on both. I'm seeing the comments here on StreamYard, and then I'm seeing the comments here on TikTok. But guys, man, turns out when you live as a dude confidently and you know what you're about and you know what you're looking for, and you find a girl who's like simpatico with that, bro, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. So that's what I'm about. So yeah, tell her what color nail polish to wear. You don't tell her, just when she's having a hard time deciding, you choose. Because you don't want to give her those hot pink nails that don't match her skin tone, whatever. Don't even bother with that. She'll decide. She'll choose from a bunch of ones and then she'll text it to you. You could do stuff like that. It's cool. It's fun. It's fun. This stuff can be fun. You don't have to hate women. You don't have to hate men. But you can, I don't know. Honesty is a big part of it. What are some of your deal breakers in relationships? Honesty is the biggest thing. And my girl feels the same way about it too. Honesty, which means sometimes she's gonna hear things that she doesn't want to hear, and she's gonna tell me things that maybe I don't want to hear, and that's just how it is. Because the one thing is that I don't like lying and keeping track of lies, and I don't want to be lied to either. And a lot of times lying is a form of manipulation, and I hate manipulation. It's just something I grew up with a little bit, and I hate being manipulated. It's just one of those pet peeves. It pisses me off. So, yeah, that's definitely a deal breaker for me. If it's someone who misleads and does this, which is why I really appreciate my fiance. She's I know you girls, you have a tendency to talk in a less direct way, more emotional and all that stuff. And my girl's emotional too. She is, but she is more straightforward than any woman I've ever met, which is much, much appreciated. It makes communication far easier. She'll have her moments. I have my moments. It is what it is. Do you have her? Do you have drop her off at the nail salon energy and come pick her up when she's done? I've done that. Yeah, I've done it. And then I just go work. I've done that before. And yeah, or grab some food and go for a long walk. I like doing that in new and interesting places. So I'll drop you off, and I don't know if that's any type of energy. Any guy would do that. Just like, yeah, I need a space to work. I was gonna go to a Starbucks, and I could go to a Starbucks, do some work while she's doing her nails, and then we can grab lunch after. Yeah, any guy would do that. It's not any. I don't think that's any type of energy. So, and it was her car, and I was visiting her, so I appreciated having access to the car too. So, but wait, yeah, interesting. And nah, you gotta walk her into the salon and come in to get her. Let her show you off. Is that what girls do? Girls, ladies, I know there's a few of you on TikTok. Is that what girls do? Do you guys do that? Women, do you show off your dudes? Is that what happens? Or you'd be like, haha. Or is it like a dominance type of thing? It can't be a dominance thing, is it? It was like, ooh, I got him to walk into the nail salon. Haha, ladies. Like, is that what's happening? I don't think much of it. Chloe, I do show him off at times. To who? Like, to other ladies? Is that what's happening? Because guys don't care. I don't think guys do that unless you're at like a party, maybe. Yes, they want other girls to know that they're better than them. Oh man, the status games girls play, man. I don't understand that one at all. It would never occur to me to do that to other dudes. I don't think dudes do that to other dudes. Maybe some dudes, if like the flashy, showy types, might do that, but I don't know. I can honestly say I've never done that. Nah, it's my nails done. My man's fine. It's sunny outside. Life is good. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Nails done. Yeah. Oh, cool. Nails. I don't know. All right, here's an interesting question for you fellas. Have you ever gotten a manicure? Have you ever? I have. I've gotten a manicure. I didn't know what a cuticle was until I got a manicure. And I did it, honestly. I only did it because I wanted to talk about it on the podcast. I do a lot of things just because I think it would be a cool story to talk about on the podcast or make a video about. And so it's been a really good reason to try new and interesting things. So I actually got a manicure, not nail polish, just manicure. Manicure is where they like trim your nails and then clean up the cuticles. If you guys don't know what cuticles are, fellas, you probably don't know. It's that little bit of remaining skin from on the edge of your nails. Like, you can't see it here, but essentially it's like that little remaining skin right next to the skin line of, as your nails grow, they have a little remaining skin there, and they clean that up, and then they trim the nails and then polish it or whatever, and then they close it off with a hand massage. I'm like, all right, cool. I did it once. I would never do it again. But it's a cool thing to say. You can talk about it. And that's a cool thing about having a podcast. It gives you a reason to try things so you can talk about it. And then also by making content online, you learn to find opportunities to make videos. So I talk with my fiance all the time. It's just like, oh, do you think this would be a cool video? Oh, that would be a great video. Oh, have you thought about this? What do you think about this idea? And I'm constantly just doing that stuff and writing stuff down. So it's interesting. It does rewire your brain to see the world a little differently. And then since I've had some relative success on Instagram, realizing that people actually do like some of the educational stuff if you can do it in an entertaining way. There's so much I know about so many things that I can actually do a lot more of those things. They don't do well on TikTok, weirdly enough, but I mean, I've been having success on Instagram. So when one isn't working, I can do the other one and vice versa. So for the longest time, Instagram wasn't working at all until literally just a few weeks ago. And finally it started, I don't know, it's crazy. We're closing on 50K, 50,000 followers on Instagram. I guess, I don't know. It's wild. It's wild. But I won't let it change my personality. My brother and I talked about this. A friend of his was making content online too. It was a girl. I don't know if that's relevant or not, but I'll tell the rest of the story. And at some point, she made some content, had some videos go do well, and grew a following of over 10,000 people, right? 10,000 followers plus on Instagram. All of a sudden, and this was a person he was having a lot of conversations with. I don't know if he was feeling her or not, or if they were like chatting or whatever. And then at some point, after she crossed that 10,000, she doesn't reply to his messages anymore. Turns out people get big egos when they have a large following. Crazy, crazy to me. It's just like, it's just a number online. That's all it is. It's just a number. And it doesn't mean you'll get access to all those people anytime you want it. The platforms will always play these games of controlling, keeping us from connecting with each other all the time. So it's like, to make it a part of your personality and affect your pride of yourself. I don't know, man. That's crazy. But people do it. That happens to people. But here I am with you guys on a live stream with 8 people watching, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. So stay humble. Hashtag humble. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag it's relevant. Yeah. So that's what I'm about here. We stay humble. We don't take this stuff too seriously. This is just, we get to talk and entertain ourselves with interesting questions. The Homies podcast, where we talk about anything and everything. And yeah, just joined the band on IG. Oh, thanks for the follow. You didn't have to, but I appreciate it. Do you make content? It'd be cool to have you on the podcast. Oh yeah, that's a open invitation to anyone. If you guys want to talk about stuff on a audio form, audio only podcast, DM me on any of the platforms. Eventually I will see it, and we can schedule some time, and it'd be cool to have a deeper conversation. Sort of like the kind of conversations we have here, except you get to give voice input, and it's more of a dialogue. And yeah, that's where I saw the learn lesson. Yeah. IG's interesting. For the longest time, I thought Instagram was just for flexing. It was just for like showing off and making people feel bad about the lack of abundance and nice things in their life. But it turns out there is a healthy appetite for educational entertainment content, which I had to reshift my image of Instagram in my head. I didn't realize that could be a platform where people appreciate that kind of stuff, until I figured it out with the temperature video. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is up my lane. And all this has been a search of like trying to find that building of this Venn diagram, right? Of what a lot of people like and what I like, and then finding that overlap. Where's that overlap? And it turns out for Instagram, that overlap is like technical, science, informational content, and some humor, or something useful, some sort of like life hack or some insight that they didn't know about the world that they live in. Finding common ground, yeah, exactly. Which, for me, it's a very thin overlap, very, very thin, but it's there. And I think I finally found it for Instagram, which is good, Would you think about letting people join your live stream like on YouTube? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I gotta take that plunge. Maybe 2024 is the year I actually do it. I think, I don't know why I feel this way, and I'm open to being convinced otherwise, but I think it's best if you come on the podcast first, the audio, where we can see what the vibe feels like. Maybe if I do like a question and answers type thing, or we put a single topic and people can come and share their ideas, which would be really cool. That'd be interesting to do. That'd be really interesting. But yeah, that's a good suggestion for sure. I do videos around music and inspiration on YouTube. I'm definitely gonna check you out. I'm going to check out your channel after the stream. I'm playing Cupcake if I'm on. I'm not sure what you mean. Who is Cupcake? Could someone inform me, please? I don't know what that is. Like having people come on a panel. That would be interesting. Yeah, here's the thing. I see people on TikTok Live do these like panels. Usually they're debating dumb topics. Like this is one guy who says like people, Trump supporters are awful, something like that. And basically, I don't know. Here's the thing. What these people are doing, and this is from the side of a content creator, okay? What these people are doing are using you, the public, as their content. Uncompensated. They're using you guys for the entertainment. And that's what a lot of these streamers do. Go watch their streams and realize they are not the main person talking. They're expecting other people, or even like a lot of these, you see this on TikTok too, the live streamers, dating. This is a dating. Let's match people. Because they have no content. They don't know how to be entertaining. They don't know how to talk about anything specific. They don't know how to interact with the audience. They just expect people to come on, be vulnerable, especially with this like dating stuff. Like you expect people to sell themselves online in front of a massive audience. Do you realize what you're putting people in? And so it's just like, it's so lazy from a content creator perspective that they're using the public, you, as their entertainment to grow their audience. And then they think they're doing something special here. They're not. And so it sort of offends me a little bit that they do this to use you guys as their content. Uncompensated, by the way, for free. You guys are being the entertainment for them because they couldn't make it themselves. Now, the cool thing about this is like we get to interact. So I built relationships with few of you that I would be more than happy to have you guys on. We know what the discussion is going to be like. I can riff off of what you guys are saying. We can actually make something interesting that's interesting to watch. And I'm not relying on you to make it interesting, which is, I think, the lazy path that a lot of creators do. So yeah, the TikTok debates get intense. Yeah, and the TikTok stuff, like the debates also feed into our vices for combat, you know? And animosity and a sort of like anger. Anger is a really good emotion to feed into if you want to make content online, because it's one of the strongest emotions people can feel. And so that's why the debates, and then you listen to these debates and you realize no one's actually trying to convince the other. They're just trying to win. They're trying to win and make the other person look dumb. No one's actually trying to have an interesting conversation. Like here, we've had debates too, but they're not debates. They're morals. They're inquiries, they're discussions where we are trying to seek some sort of truth that everyone here is open-minded and understanding, and we're all vibing with each other. That's what this is. And if it's not that, if it's just yelling at each other, it's like, I'm not interested in doing it at all. Like, and I don't think it would be that interesting for you guys, because I would say you guys are a high IQ audience. You guys want something a little more elevated. That's what I would say. But I don't know. Like you can give people like 3-minute slots to talk about whenever they want. Yeah, I could. Here's another thing I also noticed, like expecting people to be able to perform online live. Like I know I've edited these podcasts. This is just the audio conversations that I have with guests. And a lot of people don't speak that well because they're not used to having a microphone, speaking on, and then also sharing their thoughts in something that's going to be public, which is why I end up having to edit. And I make people sound better than they actually are, because I take out the filler words, I take out the stuttering, I take out the gaps in their thoughts, I make it concise, and so it flows better. And so they do sound better on the episode. And I don't expect people to be good at it on their first time being on a podcast. And then think about now it's live in front of possibly lots of people, or it's pre-recorded and you're putting their face out there. That's the part that sort of worries me a little bit. I don't want to make people sound dumb. I don't want to make people sound stupid, especially on something that's on the internet, especially when it's live. It's live. And then you also have the other part where if you invite someone who is trolling, then now you have to deal with that problem, and whatever they say can jeopardize whatever the channel and stuff like that. So, but it's interesting. Dude, you just said you have a high IQ audience. Give us a little credit. No, you guys are fine. But I'm saying from my point of view, like, I have to be able to make judgments about people live. And it's like, oh, you guys ever see like the C-SPAN stuff or like the call-in shows on TV where someone's trolling? That happens to live streamers all the time. And so that's why it's like there should be like some gatekeeping here, just for the sake of like not dumbing down the conversation when I accidentally add someone who's just like it would be cool to have you, Joshua, obviously, David would be cool here too. Any of you guys, Chloe, we could talk about neuroplasticity and the viability of it to learn new skills as you age, because I think you would have some background in that considering what you're studying. We can have those type of interesting conversations. I think that would be really cool. Did you answer the question on letting people join the live stream? I don't think I answered it, but eventually, yeah, I do. I just don't know what that's going to look like. And then, yeah, so I know. I appreciate it, Slim Booty Judy. That's on YouTube. I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely I want to get to that point where I can do that. But right now it's just been like, I don't even have structure to this. So I definitely got to figure it out. But if you guys are down, like, that'd be really cool. I think a really cool co-host for a live stream would be Jose. He's someone who has been active on TikTok too, and we invited him on on a audio podcast, and it was a dope conversation. And I think it would be really cool. And I think it would be cool with any of you guys. But you would also have to be willing to show your face. That's another thing. A lot of people don't want to show their face, and so it's like the type of person you're attracting who wants to show their face on a live stream. There's some things, but yeah. I missed it. I was trying to log into TikTok. It took a minute on my desktop. Oh, okay. Wow, you're watching all. You don't have to. You pick a platform, whichever one's your frequent, most favorite. I appreciate the support though. The yelling over each other can become overstimulating. Yeah, I feel you on that, Chloe. Like, it's so annoying. I can't even watch that stuff. I can't watch it. I'm just like, because I can see the lack of effort they're putting into their own content. This is also true. A really good follow for those of you guys who want to know how fraudulent a lot of these content creators are and the things that are actually happening, like the kindness content where they're like giving money to people, or like the like prizes or open this box or take this money type of content stuff. If you guys really want to know what's actually happening, Scumbag Dad, he's on all the platforms, whatever, and he's basically debunking all this stuff. He's like, look, what these people are doing is using the public as the content, who aren't hired actors, who they're making look stupid or dumb or very needy, making for their own personal gain. By the way, a lot of these people are using the public to make money off of the public without any compensation, and just using the plights of people out here. Even to the point where they're searching for people who look the most needy, the most pathetic, who needs the most help, and then go to them. And they target the people that they're helping. They say helping, but they target them because they know it would make for the best video. This is what these people do. And I don't know, man. There's a morality, I think, that should be a part of this that, I don't know, for a lot of people, views are views. Like, they don't care. I do care. And how you win matters. Is, at least that's how I feel. It reminds me of that scene from Ender's Game. It's like that Tom Ford character is like, it doesn't matter, we won. And then Ender replies, how we win matters. How we win matters. And I don't want to win that way. I don't want to build an audience doing that way. One, lying to you guys, pretending like I'm choosing people at random when I'm not. I'm just choosing the most needy person. That's awful. And then two, exploiting people for their needy state. This is why I feel a little iffy about the homeless content stuff, where it's just like, hey, let's give some money to this homeless guy, $1,000 to this homeless guy. It's just like, yeah, you're technically helping this person for sure, but at the same time, you're taking their circumstance and turning it into content that you know you're going to recoup that $1,000 you just gave them. Now, to most people, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you make money off of it because you help somebody, right? But do the ends justify the means? And I would say no. And so, like, it's not charity. It's business. It's exploitation. It's not charity. It's exploitation with the end effect of charity. And to a lot of people, it doesn't matter. To me, it does. But maybe I'm wrong on this one. I don't know. It's like the savior complex. Yeah. And, you know, I don't know. It's so, I don't like fraud. I don't like lying. Even like when I'm, like, obviously, guys, like, eventually, the product I'm coming out with, this wallet, whatever, you guys, I talked about it early in the stream, but I'm going to talk about exactly how I make these, why I make them the way I make them, why I price them, the way I price them, why I'm not including RFID shielding in these things, because it's essentially like BS marketing that isn't protecting your credit cards because they're already safe. But every other wallet maker lies to you. They all lie to you, telling you you need RFID protection to protect your cards. You know they're going to get scammed. It's like, no, there's a rolling serial number. There's all this technology in there in these chips to keep them from being able to scam. And so it's like, I want to do business in an honest way. Okay? I want to make content in an honest way. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Now I just went off on a rant. Sorry. Yo, I just watched some kindness videos today. The host was traveling around the country and getting people to help them travel from East Coast to the West Coast. Was he giving them a bunch of money in exchange for that help? Or was it like the Ryan Trahan kind of stuff? Because I think that stuff's a little different. Those are like personal challenges. And there's a lot of editorial effort to make it an interesting story. Plus, what you don't see off camera is they're probably getting consent from people too, which is, I've done content into the public, street interviews and stuff. We ask them, it's like, hey, do you want to be interviewed for this thing? We don't just go up to people, which is a lot of what these kindness content people do. They just go up with a camera in their face and just like, oh, really? Or they completely fabricate the whole thing and orchestrate the thing to manipulate you guys, the audience. And so it's like, it's a two-pronged problem. The creators are incentivized to do this because they are literally compensated to do it. And then you, the audience, enjoy seeing it because you don't see the dark side of this stuff. And that's why I like what Scumbag Dad does. He makes satirical skits in the same format, but showing exactly how they're made. And so that's what I like about Scumbag Dad. He's cool. And I don't want to be like a CoffeeZilla, essentially debunking this stuff, because I see this stuff too. But yeah, it is interesting. I have some strong opinions about this stuff, and yeah, it is what it is. No, they were challenged to ask people for money, for food, travel, or a room for the night. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen one of those ones, but yeah, it's always an iffy line. It's always this iffy line. So maybe this wouldn't qualify under that. So I'm not going to make any judgments about something I haven't seen, but I've seen some stuff and I'm just like, this is so morally bankrupt, a lot of these people. But I heard someone say, like, in a world without morality, anything that gets a reward from people in terms of like views, likes, approval, and success is considered good. And everything that gets disapproval or dislikes or negativity is considered bad because you have no moral framework. So what people think is the thing that makes it right or wrong, which I think is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. And I'm starting to realize that even more and more so as I like read the Bible and connect with God and stuff like that. It's just like, wow, like you don't have to be religious to understand the value of religion for a society and its morality and the way it behaves. Otherwise, they had to sleep on the street. It's not what you're talking about? Oh, okay. Okay. Not what you're talking about. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, those are like challenges. So that's how I feel about it. But you know, you guys like what you like. I'm not going to tell you what to like. But that's just how I feel about it as a content creator out here. People take shortcuts. People don't want to grind for years, posting 700 plus videos, which I've done on Instagram, or over 900 videos and stitches on TikTok. Like I've done that. And to finally learn this and maybe figure something out. And now I got to get into the long form YouTube, which that's the 2024 resolution, I guess. I have ideas, I have written scripts, but I just haven't quite actually shot the videos and figure out like how to assemble a long form video. But I will figure it out. And then once I do that, then you're going to be seeing a lot more content on YouTube, David. And yeah. And you said you do music and inspirational stuff, so it'd be cool to collaborate on something one day. Yeah, it'd be really cool. I think it would be really cool. And I dabble in music too. I do instrumentals. I actually open the YouTube and Twitch stream with music now. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. I miss the guy. But yeah, I like that. He opened his streams with music, and I opened it with my own music. If you watch the replay, you'll hear it in the first few minutes. So yeah, that's what I'm about. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm not ending right now, but it's just gratitude. I think gratitude is a really important thing to express. The toxic, come on, man. Josh, do you want? I think I asked you this before. Do you want to be called? Do you mind being called Joshua or Josh? Kevin Kevin Samuels was not a godly man, rest his soul. Yeah, but you can appreciate a guy who has game. On the creator game, he was really good. He was really good. I appreciated the analogies and the narratives that he would just draw. I don't know if he prepared the stuff or he had bullet points, but the guy could just go. He could go. And the one I remember specifically when he was comparing like women to the Avengers, he's like the Iron Man type woman who's a lawyer with like whatever, and he just started going off, and then he's just like assembles the Avengers of women not to be with, essentially. Yeah, he wasn't a godly man, but I recognized the game. I never really cared. Josh or even J-Man is fine too. I like J-Man. The devil can go too. Yeah. He was fire. The lead attorney is also amazing with this game. Yeah, I do appreciate the lead attorney. I think he can elevate his stuff though. I think he can. Like the talking, and then he always opens the stream with like mucho gusto. He's cool though. He's cool. It's always interesting to see him break down legal cases and stuff like that. But I think if he planned out, I think he can do some longer form scripted videos that could really hit. That would be incredibly useful for guys who are getting into legal trouble, especially like when it comes to marriage and stuff. I think because that's basically the center of his content. So I think it'd be really cool if he elevated the stuff. But he likes streaming, and streaming's working for him, so good for him. The lead attorney. Yeah. So I'm not trying to be Kevin Samuels though. So no, we're not gonna. The relationship stuff is cool to bring up every now and then, but to make it entirely the thing. Which, by the way, if you want to make content, the big three topics to talk about are money, relationships, and health. Those are the big three. Those have broad appeal. And it turns out money and health are also related to relationships, because health is fitness and looking better, which relates to the relationships, how to get better relationships and sex essentially. And then the money stuff is flexing. So this is more specific to men, being able to provide, which is also related to relationships. So everything comes back to relationships in the end. Now, when a content creator can get popular and build an audience on something that isn't one of those three, I tip my hat with respect, because it's harder to do anything outside of those three. It's way harder because it doesn't have broad appeal typically, unless you can make it have broad appeal, which is why it's crazy. Like a video about microwaves could get 10 million views on Instagram. That's crazy. That's crazy, guys. But pull it off somehow. So that's what I'm about. You guys have any questions? I think we're coming near the end of this stream. I might give it another 15 minutes. New Year's resolutions, put it in the chat. What are you planning to do this year or want to do? And maybe someone else in the chat can help you pull that off. If you guys have any questions on content, obviously I can talk so much about that. If you guys have anything, like some of the topics I prepared this week was, taking L's, as you mentioned. David, you mentioned that one. Glamping, I recently went glamping. Kind of fire, guys, kind of fire. When she tells you, can we go glamping? It's one of those, you should probably do it. You're gonna enjoy your time if you choose the right venue and place. And then I also talk about fire safety and sprinklers and how they work, it was a weak video, but I was determined to make a video that day, so I made one. But glamping, guys. Get better at music production. Okay. How's it? Not very good. My music production is not very good. I just do everything in Logic using their loops, and I'll throw some. My levels are probably off, and those are unpublished songs that definitely need to be mixed for sure. And even like some of the, I don't know. Like when I find time to work on this stuff, I will. But like for me, I just enjoy listening to the stuff as it is, and I don't care too much about the production part at this point. Eventually, I would want to get good at it, but and yo, if you can make any, I'm gonna check out your content. Hopefully, you have some there that can kind of show me how to get better at this stuff. That'd be really cool. Have you visited Eritrea? If so, when was the last time you visited? Yeah, twice. Once when I was a young boy, like probably 3 or 4, and then another time when I was like 9 or 10. Would I ever go back? I don't know. I've said some stuff online that'll probably get me locked up. For those of you who don't know, yeah, Africa's kind of corrupt sometimes, and you got to be careful. Oh, that's such a great idea, Slim Booty Judy. You down to make a Table Moments theme song? I'll spit some bars on it if I have to. I'm down to make a theme song. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yo, yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome, dude. Yeah, I've been to Asia twice, but as a young boy, not as an adult, and I know I can't as an adult. I have a big mouth, although I am less rebellious now since I've had my spiritual awakening, I guess, as I might describe it. I don't know, but don't they love big women over there? I don't know. I don't know. Like, do Eritrean guys like big women? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know if that's a thing. Oh, like, what? Do Africans just like bigger women? That's not true for me. It's not true for me. My fiance is thin. She's thin, and I like every. I like all of it too. Like all of it. It's crazy. Like a video vixen type thin. 90s video vixen type thing. But that's my preference. So that's not all guys out here. I just came back from Egypt. It was a very interesting experience. Ooh, did you see the pyramids? Or did you see, what did you see there? Is your fiance East African too? Nope, she is not. She is black. She's black, like blackety, black. She's black. Black American. Which, I don't know. We'll see how the family handles it. No, the family's already met. My siblings have met her. So, yeah, they've hung out. I think she could pass for Somali, but I don't know. I don't care. He's American. He's Americanized. Yeah, I'd say so. America. Yeah, I am about America, and I love the flag. My favorite animal is an eagle. I love apple pie, and God loves this country. Hoo-yah! That's how I feel. Oh, you're Americanized too? I can imagine with with a name like Chloe Benjamin, for sure. Are you Habesha? Did you say that before? Apple pie and unseasoned bland food. What are you talking about? Southern cooking is not bland. What are you talking about? No. Are you African? What part of Africa? I'm not African. I'm American. Of African ethnicity is how I would describe it. Oh, your family's from Jamaica. Yeah, I forgot. I think you mentioned it earlier in the stream. Like, let's see. Went all over pyramids, Valley of the Kings, lots of temples and ruins, Sphinx. Nice. You should tell your dad how great she is. Yeah, and he will be watching this. Dad, guess what? She's black. She's black. And she's awesome. She's great. Somehow reconnected with God through her. So God works in mysterious ways, and it happened to work through her. So we'll talk about it later this week, I guess. You'll see it. You'll probably watch this and I'll see you later, hopefully. Am I African? All right, so what part of Africa is my family from? They are from East Africa, Eritrea, the sort of like Ethiopia region, but it's Eritrea now. Is your family from Kenya? No, Eritrea. It's a small little country, got their independence in '91, and a lot of people probably don't know about it. But if you watch the movie Shooter with Mark Wahlberg, and they talk about like the shady stuff that the weapons company or the contractor, military contractor, was doing, they mention Eritrea. They do. It's interesting that it's like, oh, we put dead bodies and blah blah blah. I'm like, I don't know about all that, but whatever. My family's from Jamaica, reggae over Afro beats. Interesting. I don't know if a lot of people would agree with you now, but sure. Eritreans and Ethiopians look similar to me. Yeah, they're essentially the same region. People will say the people will feel like it's different, but it's not. They're essentially the same people. So, any Indians in Eritrea like the rest of East Africa? I don't know. Maybe I have no idea if there are Indians there. Like, it turns out like the Eritrean Ethiopian sort of ethnicity comes from a blend of Africa and Arab. You can see they look different than like a lot of other Africans, and it's probably because of their proximity towards the Arab countries. There's some blending going on there, so we do look a little different. But yeah, but she's black though. Fiance is black, which is cool. I think it's a nice blend of like the motherland and the colony kind of thing. Or maybe that's just in my head. I don't know. I think Afrobeats will remain a popular genre in America, or is it a fad? I don't know. I don't listen to Afrobeats. I think I knew a few people who did listen to Afrobeats, but I can't imagine, like, if it bumps, it bumps. That's just how it is. Like, I don't know. Will tastes change over time? Sure. Like, you realize, like, how hip hop has become a lot poppy, or like pop became a lot of hip hoppy, and so it's like they've blended together now, which is why I appreciate like artists who do their own thing, who are like super edgy and different. So like JPEG Mafia is interesting. His music is really weird, but Man Purse is also his song I really like. So I like people who do different things, and there aren't a lot of people out there who do different. So that's the kind of music I listen to. Modern hip hop is trash. No lyrical talent is required anymore. Yeah, all of it's like, I actually talked about this with the guest we had on in the latest episode of the podcast. You can find it on your podcasting app. We were talking about music, and he's up and aspiring rapper. He makes some music. He published it on SoundCloud, as a lot of rappers do. And we were talking about like promotion and how the industry has completely changed. How the only way to grow right now is through social media, which means you have to make music that is good for social media. And it sucks because it ruins everything. It ruins everything having to appeal to the masses to get any reach. And the nature of music is the margins are becoming smaller and smaller. Although as things become more and more accessible, as more and more people can make music, the margins are even smaller. Now, the only way to grow is like you have to build your following on social media, and then hope to build an audience that then maybe messes with the music that you're making, and then you can get the label backing after you've proven yourself already. Which means now you have to be a marketer on top of being all the music production and the creative part, and it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, the Now. I'm glad you wrote. All right, the Now's top 5 rappers of all time: Biggie, Tupac, Jay-Z, Nas, and Eminem. Okay, how do you feel about the term African American? I don't feel any type of way about it. But it is interesting that you put Jay-Z in your top 5, though. Interesting, because I don't think, as far as correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Jay-Z sold drugs in his community, right? If that's true, that immediately takes you off of any top 5 list. That's just how I feel about it. He did? Yeah, no, can't put him on the list. You can't. Yeah, I don't know. There's certain things that just like, it's not about the rapping. It's how you got there, dude. It's how you got there. It's like, look, if we're gonna feel about Black power and Black excellence in America, anyone who contributed to any negative effects to the black community, automatically, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I know the art is different, whatever. You're supposed to judge the art for the art, but that's how I feel about it. That's just how I feel about it. It's like, you can't be selling drugs to black people and then make a career for yourself on music and then have us celebrate you. Nah, dude, that's it. Nah, I can't get behind that. I don't even listen to Jay-Z, so I can't tell you how good the music is or not. I did like the Grey album, the mix between Jay-Z and the Beatles, but yeah, nah, I can't give the guy any respect at all for doing that. That's just a line I won't cross. It's capitalism. Yeah, okay. You can say that. It's technically not capitalism because it was illegal. Like, capitalism, I think, comes with the presumption that it's at least legal. But the fact that, like, would you say what Pfizer did with, no, not Pfizer. What's that company? The family just got indicted, the judgment against them, the ones with the opiates and stuff. Is that just capitalism? It's like, nah, dude, that's not, you lied to the FDA about the addictive nature of your drugs. And yeah, Purdue, I think it was Purdue. I'm huge on fitness, but I own a store that sells unhealthy food. Does that make me a hypocrite? No, that's a choice. It's food. Drugs are different. Drugs are addictive. They turn people into essentially slaves to the chemical itself. You could say that about food, which food is getting more and more addictive. Designed to be that way. And like, yeah, you don't have a responsibility because it's still food. It's still food. But if you're selling drugs to your own community and then being commercially successful off of it, and then we're supposed to like erase that past, like you didn't do that. I don't know. You just can't get I can't respect anyone who's done that. That's why, like, all the people. Yeah, it's just, man, we got to have standards, guys. That's what I'm thinking. Just have standards, right? You can say his art is good. You can listen to it. You can enjoy it, whatever. But like, you can't give the guy respect for that at all. I don't know. This is how I feel. Just because the barrier to reaching an audience is so low, YouTube, IG, TikTok, X provides all artists with the opportunity to reach their audience directly. Fair enough. Yeah. Crony capitalism. Yeah, that's essentially what we live in now, which is a shame because like people always talk about capitalism being a bad thing. And it's just like, because they compare it to what we have now. And what we have now is not capitalism. It's crony capitalism. It's all like protects big businesses and stuff. And like true capitalism would mean that big companies fail just as fast as startups grow. That would be the case if that were true. If we lived in a true capitalist system, you would see a lot of these big companies. You would see the Walmarts, the Googles, the Apples. They would all have just the same chance of failing as a startup has of being successful. So you see these startups just grow over 10 years, then they become these behemoths, billion, unicorn, whatever. These companies should fail just as fast too, but they don't. Because once you get to that point of success, then you can pay your way to stay alive, usually through regulatory capture. I'm hoping lives and gifting roses. Have a good day. Thanks, Brad. Where does personal responsibility come into play? I think it always comes into play. Like people do have a personal responsibility, but usually, like, I don't know, you find someone in a vulnerable state, especially if you catch them young, when they can't even like understand the consequences of what they're doing. You know, that's and it's just like, oh, but that's just hustle. It's like, all right, come on, bro. Like, I don't expect people. I think it's personal responsibility. People do have personal responsibility not to indulge in certain things, especially ones that could be dangerous for their health. True. But at the same time, you chose to make your money that way. And it's fast money too. Like, you can look at the OF models who are doing the same thing. It's easy for guys to say like, oh, you know, whatever, like this is a bad way of making money, blah, 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 whatever. But you can say the same thing about drug dealers too. Like, and they're actually hurting lives. Now, OF models are like, you know, polluting minds, whatever. But again, that's personal responsibility. I think guys who participate, who subscribe to all that stuff, they have the personal responsibility and they are deciding to indulge in that stuff. But those people are choosing to take to make money in an easier way. They're choosing to. And so it's like everyone's at fault. But if you are someone who participated in that and then you want to like clean up your image later on, it's just like, no, you did that in your past and that'll always be in your past. No one's going to be like, oh, this OF model, she used to do these things, but she's not now. I feel like it's far more acceptable to be an OF model than it is to have sold drugs to your own community. But that's just a me thing. I don't expect people to treat it that way, but it is what it is. I'm at 7% right now on my battery on my phone. You guys want me to stay on or not? It's like 10:40 here. Been on for 3 hours and 25 minutes. If you guys want some more, put a 1 in the chat. I guess I say stuff like that now. Put it in the chat, guys. Put it in the chat. So yeah, I'm with you. Personal responsibility is a big part of this, but hey, let me grab the. In the words of Jay-Z, can't knock the hustle. Yeah, I don't know. How you make money matters. How you make money matters. We can't talk about like corruption and changing the world and living in better lives while we also ignore the things people did to get to where they are, And I think that requires just 10% of people to have this kind of standard, because it turns out revolutions, which, I'm still struggling with like accepting that I can't be a rebel according to the Bible and everything like that. But in order for things to change, for things in society to change, it doesn't require a majority. It doesn't require 50%. It doesn't require 20%. It's usually like about 10% of people to start something, because the rest will just follow along. And so really the battles in society between what you might define as good or bad or two sides or whatever are really the battles of the edges. Small factions of the population trying to push the rest. That's all it is. It's crazy how that works out. Jay-Z is a billionaire now. His strategy worked. Yes. I guess if you consider that a success, $1 billion, and most people would define that as successful. But what's that Bible verse? And that says, what is it worth having all this wealth if you had to sell your soul for it? Or maybe hurt people to get there? For most people, it's fine. For me, how I do this matters. At least matters to me. I can't sleep at night if I got up, if I made it in that way. I couldn't. Which is why I play life on harder, in a harder way. But I'm okay with that. And I don't expect other people to live that way either. That's the thing, like, people got to live their lives their own way. And for him, he probably sleeps just fine. But I couldn't. I know that about myself. So he won, and he did it in a way. I guess that's it. Terrible implications for slavery in the U.S. Slave owners were billionaires. LOL. That's not a good argument. Yeah. I guess. I don't know. I feel like, it is interesting. It's like, this is why I think money is such a poor measure of like success. Technically, there isn't a lot of other ways to measure people. Well, one way to measure people is like impact. So like, as far as I know, like a lot of philosophers that we still quote today, a lot of scientists, a lot of the people, researchers that we quote today, a lot of them weren't wealthy people, but we know them today because of their impact. And so like, I have this theory, not even a theory, I just know this to be true. Our rich people, our billionaires are boring. They don't do interesting stuff with their money. Outside of Elon, I guess. Elon's the only one. Like Bezos, I guess, is trying to do some stuff with like Blue Origin and stuff, but Elon's the only billionaire who's doing interesting stuff with their money. The rest of them are just like boring. I don't know, they're just so boring. So it's hard to even admire these billionaires. It's just like, all right, Warren Buffett, continue drinking Coke. Cool. Sugar water. Awesome. What? I respect his judgment when it comes to like value investing and stuff, but like money to make more money. That's all these people can do. It's just, I don't know. It's just whatever. I'd rather make impact. Same. What does it mean for a politician to advance their wealth by making money from corporations? What does it mean? I think it's like delayed bribery. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to switch out the audio. It's gonna be onboard audio on the mic because I'm at 5%. I'm gonna plug it in right now. So, TikTok, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Cool. Now we should have. Cool. We're good on battery. Elon is interesting. Yeah, Elon is interesting in a good or a bad way, Chloe. Because a lot of people feel like he's kind of, eesh, you know. As far as politicians advancing their wealth, what ends up happening is the speaking gigs is how they make their money, or like being on boards and stuff like that. So it's sort of like a delayed bribe. As one person I listened to describe it, it's a delayed bribe. Like how's Obama worth multi-millions of dollars when the presidential salary is $400,000 a year? Like how? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, you're friendly with certain companies while you're in office, and then when you're out of office, they pay it back. They rub your back too. And so that's how it all goes. And we're also supposed to pretend like this isn't bribery, or at least delayed bribery, but whatever. He could have changed the heart and paid reparations to those families. No, he could have had a change of heart and reparations to those families. Yeah, addiction is one of those things. Like, I don't know, if someone gets addicted to something and people die from this stuff. So it's like, there's no amount of money you could pay to bring a life back. So could he? He could have, but I mean, yeah, that would be a judgment on my part. But I don't know if that makes up for the way you got there. You know, he has to live with that. Bill Gates, yeah, Bill Gates is a little shady over here. He's a little shady. It means a conflict of interest. Yeah. Elon is toxic? Is he though? Elon told Walmart to stuff it. He's okay in my book. Yeah, that's a great point. He and Amber Heard. Elon spends his money like an adolescent boy who nobody told no and grew up on slave money. Fair enough. I can see how you can say that. Slave money, I don't know, but is it from the Emerald Mine in South Africa? Yeah. Elon is fascinating to me. Tupac verse. Let's see. I view Elon like I do Steve Jobs. They are idea guys, not executors. Fair enough. Everyone has ideas, but not money to execute them. Yeah. Here's the funny thing. I'm an ideas guy. I just have to learn how to execute, and I don't execute well, but I'm good enough that I can produce something. So like with these videos, they're not that well produced, guys. They're not. But the ideas are what sell it. And it turns out the idea is what sells these videos. Like Mr. Beast talks about this, where the idea is the most important thing. The idea. And turns out, like, when it comes to making content online, the idea is the most important thing. I'm not using fancy B-roll or editing tricks other than like J and L cuts and cleaning up the audio a little bit and just being selective about what to include and what not to. But yeah, I'm an ideas guy too. And it would be cool to like eventually with a bunch of you guys, maybe you guys all have your specialties and we can create awesome things. And I got ideas and I have a voice here and I can maybe give you guys a voice. But so yeah, and obviously engineers have far more respect for executors than idea guys, for sure. But here's the thing, for any endeavor, you need 3 personalities, right? 3. You need the hacker, you need the hipster, and you need the hustler. Those are the 3. You need those 3 personalities in any endeavor to make it work and make it work well. Do they necessarily all have to be in separate people? No. One person can play 2 roles. Maybe one person, it's very rare, very, very rare to find one person who has all 3. I don't have all 3. And I am the hipster. The hipster is the ideas guy. They're the ones who can communicate. They're the ones who are in touch with the zeitgeist or whatever's going on, seeing opportunity where no one else does, can get that insight well before anyone else sees it. And so they're the hipster. They're the ones in touch with the culture too. So this is generally, if it's like a media organization or whatever, they know what to talk about, what things to write, what things to focus on, or they're the creative behind an ad or some sort of product or the designer. Think like a Virgil Abloh type, you know. And then did I say that's the hipster? That's the hipster. What I just defined. That's the hipster, right? So you need one of those guys, because although the hacker and the hustler don't respect that guy, without that guy, the idea isn't there. So it's important to have that person. They're the ones who are generally the visionaries, the product visionaries. Those are guys. So the Steve Jobs guys, types, Elon even, but Elon has some others additional skills because he was a hacker type. So the next type is hacker. These are the guys who build the thing, the people who can actually build the product, build the software, build the service, build the thing, build the operations that's required to make the thing work. And they're highly technical typically, and they know how the thing works well. They're highly expert in their thing, and without them, nothing gets built. Nothing gets built. They are absolutely necessary, because a hipster by themselves has a bunch of ideas, but the ideas don't mean anything without someone to actually make them a reality. And they have grounding in the limitations of the world. And so they know how to make that thing that the hipster just came up with a reality. They know the constraints, they know the tools, they know how to make it work. And so that person is absolutely necessary. And in the software world, this is your software developer. That's the CTO guy who knows the technology and stuff. That's them. And then the hustler. The hustler is actually vitally important. Now, the hipster and the hustler typically don't get along, because the hustler, all they care about is money. They're the people who work on sales. They're the ones who get the deals. They're the ones who are pushing the product to the masses to get the money. All they care about is money. All they care about is more money. They want more. And that's what makes the business actually exist. They're the money type. And you need that person, because the hipster is not money motivated. They are a visionary. They're a creative type. They don't care about this kind of stuff. That's me. I don't care about money, but I have to learn to become a hipster. Because that's what makes a business a business. There is no business without money coming in. And so that's that person. And that's all they care about, that hustler type. And the hacker cares about creating the product from the hipster, and the hipster leads the vision of what the product looks like. So hipster comes up with the idea, they test the market, they have the conversations with people, they know where things are going, and they can predict the future essentially. Or at least they have a conviction about the future, or a future they want to bring. Now they partner with a hacker. The hacker can make that a reality. So they go build the product, the service, the operations, all that stuff. But to actually turn it into a money-making endeavor, an actual business, you need someone who cares about the money. Because typically hackers don't care about money like that. Hipsters don't care about money like that. But the hustler does. And all they care about is money. And so like you can see even the personalities sometimes don't get along. But if you can find those three personalities and pair them together, and they get along with each other, and they understand the importance of each of their roles, you can have something successful. And it's a hard thing to do. And this is where like founder relationships are really important. Sometimes you can have someone who is a hacker and a hustler. Sometimes you can have someone who's a hacker and a hipster. It's rare to find those, but they do exist. Now, it's extremely rare to find one person who has all three. It's very rare. And that's like with Apple, it was Steve Jobs was the hipster. I think they brought in someone to be the hustler. So I forget who it was, but Steve Jobs was the hipster. Woz was the hacker, obviously. And Microsoft, same thing, there was a pairing. And they brought in someone external to work on the hustler stuff. Google, same way, Sergey and whatever his name is. Their situation was a little different because it was a highly technical product. But you find this pattern a lot in the software world. Let me catch up with the stuff though. Everyone has ideas, but not money to execute them. Yeah. Also, like the hustler type would be the one to raise the money. No. The hipster would be. If it's like the VC stuff, they need the visionary. Seems like an overly rigid, needless or categorization. This isn't how people work. You find this pattern a lot in successful organizations. And here's the thing, the roles. It's not just like because you have three of these personalities, you triple the work, or you delineate the work in three ways so you can do 3 times the amount of work. It's that they feed off of each other. Because one can focus on one thing and the others focus on the other ones, They compound on each other, which is why it's so much better to have a co-founder. So much better, because it's not like you doubling the work. You're like squaring the work. You're squaring it. Or if you have 3 co-founders and you guys all vibe and the relationships are good and strong, it's like you're cubing the work. So like exponential type of thing. And your results are, I'm sure you are 80% right. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is an oversimplification, but it's a pattern that seems to occur a lot in a lot of startups and successful organizations. Like Vice started off the same way. Like it's very rare to have solo founders. Never mind, I'm being a pedantic ass. It's fine. But yeah, define them. Slave money was Elon's advantage. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that history. I love this breakdown. Yeah, and this is not even my idea. Plenty of people have talked about it. I've just researched so much about this because I want to get into. I've been trying to get into. Obviously, I've been focusing lately on the media stuff, and essentially, I've become a hipster. I have so many ideas. Hacker. I'm a bad hacker, but I can hack something together. So like, been experimenting, learning software on my own, and it's not clean code, but it works. It works. It's just a matter of turning it into a finished product. Is so much harder than just building it for yourself. If you want to build a tool, software tool for yourself, it's easy. Just find some library on like GitHub or whatever, adapt it for your use, and you can make something work pretty easy. But then now you want to turn it into a finished product, like let's say it's a web interface or like a Mac app or something, or an iPhone app. It's so much harder to build for other people because people are not going to know the intricacies of your stuff. So you have to account for all these edge cases of people using it in this way or that way. And then you have to figure out distribution. And then you got to figure out security and how to make it all safe as people use it, all that stuff. It's just, man. And then the hustler part, I don't have that in me. Like, I don't care about money like that. And so I've been trying to get myself to motivate myself to care about money, but I'm a creative type. I just am. So maybe I think this is the year where I learn how to make myself the hustler. And so that's why I'm experimenting with like selling this stuff. Wallets. That's what I'm experimenting with. I don't have skills yet though. I have a lot of deaf friends, so I'm trying to be the founder prototyper someday. Fair enough. Yeah. I think like if you want the respect of hackers, you have to be able to build yourself. At least build an MVP. I think that's true. A lot of engineers, they don't respect people who can't build. And so like if you learn to code, if you want to get into the software thing, you don't have to be good at it. You just have to be able to build an MVP, get it in front of customers, show some product market, at least some success, and then see what it can turn into. I have a lot of dev friends, so I'm trying to be the founder. Don't have the skills yet though. Yeah. Oh, Jose, I broke a rib Friday. Were you was it from boxing, man? I've been sticking trending Python repos into Django. Okay. Game is free. The hustle is sold separately. Yeah. Oh no, I'm a JavaScript kind of guy. I like web. So that's been my thing. Although I am trying to incorporate Facebook's Python library, their Demux library, into a Node application. I haven't quite figured out how to do that. I have to like learn child processes and stuff, and unsuccessfully. Apparently you can do some interesting stuff. I don't know how to do it yet, but theoretically it should be possible to be able to. Are you a software engineer? I'm self-taught. I wouldn't just find myself as a software engineer. I can just like read documentation and build something useful, kinda. That's the thing. I still suck at it, and I haven't been giving it the time and attention I should be, because I've been focusing all my stuff on the media stuff. But I think 2024 is the year I'm gonna have to just like buckle down and work on this stuff. I want to give a lot of software away for free. An idea for me that I've been thinking about, which might be useful for you, Karak, is all these Python repos and Python packages that people publish on GitHub with MIT licenses. If you can wrap it in a easy to use GUI, some interface that people can use, and then just give it away for free, or even charge people for it, that might be an interesting side hustle. Because like there's all these libraries out here on GitHub, these JavaScript libraries that is like incredibly useful. It's like, but you have to learn how to use the code. You have to be able to download the npm package and then use it for your application, and then you have to be able to put it in the command line or whatever. Or it's a command line tool, so you have to understand what command line is. Which I think for those of us who work in software, it's so obvious what this is. It's not that hard, but to the average person, you're asking too much. And so if you find all these like open source or MIT licensed packages or libraries out here that are useful, and then put it into a package that's easier to use, so like point and click, drag and drop type stuff, and you can sell that. You can sell that, and it's MIT licensed, so you're good. And so what I've been working on, which I haven't been working on actually, like I should be, is using Facebook's Demux library. So that's the library that they Python, where it can take a song and break it up into 4 components: the vocals, the drums, the instrumentals. What the hell? That was weird. There was a bunch of balloons here. I think I was doing some whatever. But basically it breaks it up into its elements. It's stems. It basically turns songs into stems. And I use the library all the time when I want to study a song to understand how this hip hop producer produced this song. And so so I can listen to the drum line and isolate it, and I can actually do that. So that's what I've been experimenting. And then I figured, this could be useful for other people. Let me put it as a Mac app, so I don't have to host it on some cloud service where I have to spend compute to process this, because it is computationally intensive enough so that it would be prohibitively expensive to give it away for free as a web app. But if I can make it as a downloadable app, then people can just download it on their Macs and it just use their own hardware, and I don't have to pay for it. And that way I can give it away for free. Yeah, so essentially, like let's say you want to sample a song and you run it through this software, and essentially, like let's say you want the drum line, or you want the melody, or you want the vocals, or you want the other remaining stuff, you can actually pull that up. Or the bass line. The bass line is also really cool. I really enjoy the bass lines of stuff. And yeah, and it's Facebook research published this library. It's out there, the Python library. And so I'm like, yo, there are services, web services out there where you pay $10 a month to have this as a feature for music people, like for you, David. Instead, I was like, this should be free. And Facebook has it out there for free. So I want to wrap it. I'm building it as an Electron app. Probably not the smartest way to do it, but it's all I know. So that's what I'm doing. So you could do the same thing too. You rock the bald head and beard well. Thank you. Yeah, I know, David. I know. I want to give it away for free. I want to give it if anyone here has any experience with like incorporating a Python library in, or if you come up with some other way to make this accessible, here's the thing. I have some experience building Mac apps through Electron. So it's basically like this, it's all JavaScript. So it's something I know. And I think that would be useful. So I want to give it away for free, and then just build an email list that way. And so like, I want to keep doing, and there's all this software out here people have put all this effort, and it's just like, and the only thing keeping people from accessing it is someone putting it in an accessible way. So that's what I'm trying to do. So yeah, David, I'll share it with you, dude. Once I get a prototype done, if you have a Mac, because I don't know. Like I haven't quite figured out how to build apps on Windows yet with the license key. So if you guys didn't know, when you're building an app for a computer, for like PCs and stuff, you essentially have to get it screened by the operating system vendor. So in this case, for Windows, it would be Microsoft, and for Macs, it's Apple. And so essentially you have to, get a notary key. Basically you have to sign the software. So this is software signing. But on top of that, you have to get it notarized. So you send essentially the software to Apple. Apple reviews it to make sure it's all good, it's not malicious or whatever, so that they can give it the go ahead. And the reason why you have to do that is because if you just send it to people directly, even after signing it, it'll give them a pop-up message saying, hey, this has been software built by unauthorized or unchecked software developer, which kills the the ability to use it. And you have to go into your settings in Mac, and you have to like approve. It's like all these steps you have to do to be able to use unnotarized software on a Mac. And so that's why I've learned how to do that. And so that's what I want to be able to build and give access to people. Moises and Lala also does piano, strings, and guitar as extra. Yeah, what if it were free? That's what I want to do. Now, here's the thing. It doesn't split it into piano and strings. There are some settings. I haven't messed around with Demux that much to get into the details of what it can isolate, but it does the isolation pretty cool. Do you guys want some samples? Like, I can just share some of the stuff I've done so far, because I was just experimenting with it. Let's see. Where did I put it, though? I got to remember let's see. Where would I have put it? Vlog. If you guys want to see, put a 2 in the chat, and I'll show you what I'll play the original song, just sections of it. I can't play too much of it, but I can play sections of it, and you guys can hear the separated versus the total. Actually, there is one I can actually play, so I can play the original and I can play the 2. All right, cool. All right, so these people, you guys might be able to hear it too. I'll play it on my Mac. So I'll play the original song, and then I'll play the bass, the drums, and all that. So let's play the original song here. And this is just Facebook's library, Facebook research library. This is pretty cool. I might have to do live streams on my business page, because I think this kind of stuff fits that stuff better. All right, so the original song is this here. This one's open source song, so I can use this for the stream. Wait for the drum line to come in. So this is the original song, and the bass comes in here. It's a cool song, and if you guys want, this one is like one of these free music services that you can use for like content creation. So this is why I can play on the stream. So you can hear there's the bass line, there's percussions, there's a melody. There's no vocal in this, so you're not going to hear them isolate vocals, but you can also do that too. Okay, so that's that. That's the full song. Maybe after this I can show you what one with vocals. It can actually isolate vocals really well. All right, so separated. This is the bass line here for that song. I'm gonna skip to that section. So this is the bass line in there. It might be hard to hear. Yeah. So let's say you wanted to use this bass line, you could. Here's the drums. And then here's the other, which is basically the melody without the percussion. See, it could be useful if you want just elements of that song. Like if you just want the melody and you want to sample that without the percussion in there, you can do that. So it's essentially, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And Facebook just releases it out there. It's a Python package, like you could do, or a library or whatever. So it's pretty cool. And imagine if you didn't have to pay for it. So that's essentially what I've been trying to do. But now I just got to figure out how to use this Python package in a Node application, essentially. So yeah, any questions, guys? This is also useful beyond music. Let's say videographers. If you want B-roll off of YouTube, which is another thing I actually built. I actually built this one to rip videos off of YouTube. if you want like B-roll and stuff. I've been doing this for like music videos that I've been making for some of my instrumentals. I find a movie scene that I think would fit for the instrumental, and then I put the music on there. But essentially, I rip the videos off of YouTube. And if you want to take out music from a scene that you want to use in your video or whatever, or let's say it's commentary or something, and that scene has music in it, you can use this library to take the music out, and it'll keep the dialogue, because it essentially treats the dialogue as vocals, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. So I think this is useful just beyond just music. It's useful for anyone who makes content and uses source information from like who uses video clips or something that has music in it that you can't get cleared or something. Do you play games? Not really. I was really big into like racing sims, like Formula One stuff. I get so bored by anything that's not cutting edge because I'm an ad sleaze. I'm not sure what that means. I got laid off, so I'm gonna collect unemployment and try to implement it. Okay. So yeah, I think it'd be so cool to just build stuff like that and give it away for free. And then you just use that to build an email list of builders, people, or at least create people who work in the creative realm or content creators or something. And then you can use that email list for something in the future, I guess. But I don't know, man. Like if the person who gave the library away is giving it away for free, then I think I have a duty to make it free as well, but just make it an accessible app that people can access. And essentially that is what the brand is centered around. Software for creative work. That's what I want to do. Oh, look, it's Mac. Look, check this out. If I do a thumbs up, it'll do a thumbs up. If I do a thumbs down, it should do a thumbs down. Yeah, this is Mac. It does. And then if I do that, is it called AudioCraft? No, I'll put the link in the description for. Are you talking about the Facebook library? Demux, Facebook. I think there might be better libraries out there, but I know how to use this one. So if you're into software, I'll put this in the chat for you guys. I think a lot of services out here use this service or use this library for their service, or they might use some other algorithms, or maybe they develop their own. I would imagine a lot of like startups developing their own from scratch when they're first starting out, but this is probably what they use. I wouldn't be surprised. And then probably some refinements to isolate some of probably their own like tweaks to it to clean up the audio that's coming out of it. But that's Demux, and I'm trying to incorporate in basically an easy to use app that you can just drag your music file in and then give it a minute or two, and then it spits out the stems essentially as WAV files, bass, drums, other, and vocals. And the cool thing is it can even like what's this? I don't know. I can't do this live because I would have to download the song, and then yeah, it's interesting though, and it's all software. It's all software that's out there for free. So that would be cool. So yeah, David, if you're interested, I would definitely be sharing. I'm more than happy to share this stuff, and I want to give it away for free. That's the big part. I want to give it away for free. So that's what I'm about over here. All right, guys. You guys got anything else? This has been an interesting stream. I didn't expect that I would be talking about software here. I have another account, obviously my business account. It's cool. Totally down. Awesome. Yeah. Once I'm gonna focus on it. You know what? I've been putting it on the back burner because I've been traveling a lot these last couple of weeks, spending time with loved ones, or a loved one, essentially. But this is 2024 is the year of grinding. I'm gonna focus really. I think I'm gonna try to focus really hard on the software stuff. I've just been working on it, dabbling in it every now and then, but I think it's worth the dedication. If this idea I can pull it off, then we can build a pretty cool software company where we build software which we largely give away for free, which doesn't cost us anything to run because they're just apps on your PC. But then, cause like, I don't know, I have big ideas for this stuff, but again, I'm a hipster. I gotta learn how to be a good hacker and then finally figure out the hustler part, I guess, eventually. I'm getting ready to jump off. Gotta get ready for the work week. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I gotta get ready to jump off. I'm probably gonna end in like the next minute. It'll close it off at an even 4 hours. Do you guys have anything? Any shout outs? Anything you guys want to say before I also end this too? David, it was nice seeing you here, meeting you. I appreciate all the follows too. And maybe one day we can collaborate on something. I'm definitely going to check out your YouTube channel, see what music and content you have. And big things for 2024, guys. Big things, big things. And it'll be awesome to see you guys be a part of it too. Maybe we can all eat and win off of this. So that'd be cool. Okay, remaining seconds, guys. Anything else? Anything else? Let me just say goodbye to Chrissy. There you are. David, you're on here too. Jao, Jose, nice to see you guys here. I appreciate everyone who's been on here. And also all of you guys being active here. This is, I think, the most active it's ever been on YouTube and Twitch. So I appreciate all you guys. This is only the beginning, guys. Eventually, when we start having, once this stream starts getting a lot of people with like 20, 40, hundreds of people, I'll always remember you guys. You guys were the day ones. You were the day ones, and I'm glad. You guys also have a Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you for that, David. Appreciate everyone. I'm gonna end it. Let's end on TikTok here first. Yeah, thank you for being a part of it, man. This has been a cool discussion. Yes, Queen Slay, you go girl. Thank you, Sticky Waffle, for that. Thank you. All right, peace out, everyone. Bye. Have a good night. Have a good year. And see you guys next week, every Sunday. That's the plan. Bye. Let's end the stream here.